Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
I came to Microsoft for technology, but I'm here today, and I've been here as long as I have because I found games, and I think that blending of art and technology sort of, empowering great storytelling is something that I'm passionate about. My average day typically starts with heading over the bridge to our 343 building, which is in Redmond. 343 Industries is the team that does everything all up Halo. This is Spartan Locke, this is Master Chief, of course the Grunt plushie, which, he goes nowhere without. So. It is really cool that every day I probably take a look at what's going on with the franchise, whether it's like part of the game, or it's our consumer products when you're looking at our toys, or our apparel, or our books, or just the overall franchise and like where we're going.
That one.
That's very nice. This one you can't. This one lights, right? I started 343 and basically the head of 343, and so I have an amazing leadership team that works on, our shooter game, our FPS. We have a strategy game line, and then we are a transmedia franchise, which means that we tell stories through multiple mediums. The thing that I am most proud of is the people. I think having a really diverse team for a creative experience is better. We do playtests for all the different parts of the games we're working on, whether it's Halo Wars 2 or Halo 5 Sustain. If there's a new feature in that we want to test, a mail will go out to try and get 12 people into the lab as quickly as we can. And so this is all of us playing aliens versus us shooting each other, which is always just a more, friendly, cooperative way of playing. Playtest is a time where people just goof off and they trash talk. It is really a dynamic process. There is an overarching what story we want to tell, but there are so many different ways to get there, and that's part of the artistic process of it all coming together. As you find something that really works with the game or doesn't work with the game, the story changes, the pieces change, and so the whole team has to be very fluid and agile to kind of make sure that the pieces could get blown apart and putting them back together again. Being with the team is probably my favorite time. I do have an amazing, creative and fun job, but it does take a lot of hours, and for me, that downtime and kind of grounding myself is with my family. Sports have always been a through line, for me, so doing things that are athletic, I love to paddleboard and make sure that, my personal life is a place that I'm nurtured and nurturing. I wouldn't still be here if I hadn't found games. Creativity is something that's really important to me, and it's how I want to express myself and be able to be creative with tech and art. It's just an amazing place to be, and it is something that just really truly inspires me.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Games play best on Xbox One.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Hey guys, how are you today?
Good.
I'm here to talk about how with technology you can make amazing worlds. Come with me. My team and I bring the Halo world to life.
Is that you?
That is me. I wasn't a math genius and I knew nothing about coding. But you guys do. You guys have the power to change things.
I want your job.
I want you to have my job.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Wait for it. All right. I think we are live. Hey, everyone. Good afternoon. Sketch here from 343. Welcome to our social stream. Special guest joining us today, Dan Chosich. Dan.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Is this your first time on in this format of this particular stream?
Yeah, I'm usually always behind the camera.
You are. So how's it feel, kind of flipping things here?
It feels like I'm in a room talking to 5 people.
Yeah, well, just think about it that way. It's much easier. Just pretend like no one's watching.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're excited to have. I'm excited to have Dan here today, and of course, all of you watching us here on Mixer. We've got the chat up. You probably are familiar with how this works, but throughout our broadcast today, we'll keep an eye on the chat. We'll do our best to try and answer some of your questions along the way. I'm excited that Dan's coming here today because we want to take a very special look back at the Halo Infinite E3 trailer. Before we do that, I know there's a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation out there. I do want to just kind of take a step back and do some of my trademark sketch real talk. We are going to talk about the work that Dan and the team did from very beginning pitch and that came into the trailer that you all saw back in June. But if you're here today kind of looking for new like juicy scoops on Halo Infinite or new feature announcements, I'm sorry to say that's not what we're going to do today. I think Dan has some really cool stuff though, that if you're just interested in how something like that trailer comes to fruition from the very beginning pitch all the way to what is shown at the E3 auditorium, I think we're going to do something that's not been done before. We're going to look through, and if I'm not mistaken, you actually have the presentation that we're going to look through today is kind of what you used at the very, very beginning when the first concept was pitched to the internal team and to our partners across the Xbox org. Is that more or less true?
Yeah, so when we make anything here, we also have to just get buy-off from the internal team and make them excited about it as well. So this was, and then we have multiple meetings throughout the E3 process where we have to show updates and all of that kind of stuff. And so this is largely one of the very earliest versions of it, but then there's been some new things that were added over time. It's pretty much.
So before we do that, I guess I should take just a small step back, since like we should just make sure everybody knows who you are and kind of what you do here, because what people may not know is you and I actually both kind of go way back, and I'm pretty sure we overlapped 10 years back in the day at Bungie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we did. I worked at Bungie in 2005 with Jim McQuillan. I started the Bungie Vidocs.
Yes.
And the Bungie podcast. That was the first thing I ever did, was the Brute Vidoc, because before that, Jim McQuillan, who now still works at Bungie.
Ete Brute?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good Vidoc.
He used to work for this company called Film Oasis, and they made the Halo 2 documentary, and that's what I first interned on when I was in high school. And so that's how I got to know Jim, was actually through a guy named Claude who made Halo.bungie.org. And I met you at his house.
That's
when
right.
He did
That's right. You were filming footage there, right?
Yeah. Well, I was just playing.
Yeah, but we did do, one of his LAN parties, we did do a bunch of capture because it made its way into some of those Vidocs as well. But yeah, wow, you were in high school?
Yeah. It was 2003.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a while ago.
Whew.
And then, then 2 years later, I worked at Bungie, and then my parents wanted me to go to college. So I had to go to college instead of working at Bungie. So I did that. And then I never thought I was going to work in games again. And I started working in New York City. And 343 got started, and they contacted me. And I've been out here since the end of 2010 working on Halo. A lot of people don't know this, but when 343 took over Halo, Bungie was still making content for Halo Reach. And so if we wanted to promote anything, we would go to Bungie and be like, can you make us this trailer or anything like that? So when I came aboard, I started up the video team instead of Halo, inside of 343. And that was kind of what my job was, to start up their video team, start making content so that, you know, we could do it all in-house. And so I did that for 2 years for pretty much all the Vidocs for Halo 4. And then after that, I went and worked with Kiki on her new endeavor, which was mostly doing like TV shows, the Halo channel, stuff like that.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
like pretty much living the dream, from the community to sort of a marketing content person, and now you're right in the middle of the development team.
Yep.
And I think nowadays you're on you're the narrative experiences director.
Yep.
That's your title, and you are obviously still responsible with the team for cool things like E3, but you're also now really focused on experiences within the game itself.
Yes.
Cool. We're
Yep.
not talking about that stuff today,
No.
though, so nice. We'll go ahead and divert there. So, and then the last piece of housekeeping, we're not going to be doing, we're not going to actually play Halo today. I know some people like to try to get the skins. Next week, we'll be back for kind of our end of the year social stream. We're looking to have special guest Chris Lee. We're going to play some Halo 5 Holiday Fiesta and kind of have a good time with that. But today, I think Dan's got enough great content here that we think you'd be interested in seeing. So we're not going to play the game today. We're just going to walk through. It looks to be 114 slides on Dan's laptop with a couple videos thrown in. So I think the first thing we should do before we talk about how we made the trailer was kind of just a palate cleanse and a refresher. Let's just watch the trailer as we saw it in June, just
Okay.
in its raw form,
Sure.
without talking, and then we'll come back and you can do your thing.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
Here we go. It's good stuff. Okay, so there you have it, the Halo 3 Infinite E3 trailer. Thanks for watching. We'll see you. No, just kidding. All right, so just one more time. I see a lot of people in chat probably joining us late. Thanks. Good to have you here. We are getting ready to dive into the original kind of behind-the-scenes vision deck that led to the creation of the E3 trailer. We're not going to be revealing new stuff today. There's no gameplay that you're going to see today. Dan is just going to walk us through the thought process and kind of all the nuts and bolts behind the scenes that came together to deliver the trailer that we just saw. So if we're all on the same page, which I hope we are, Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you. We have 114 slides to go. Let's do this.
Yeah, so again, we are not showing anything new. The next thing that we will see right after this slide is a breakdown of the trailer. It's basically from start to finish, the trailer in different points through the development of the trailer. And I'm going to go through kind of what we were thinking before anything was even made, kind of how we reevaluated what we wanted to do in our first kind of steps, showing anything related to Infinite. And then the last thing is basically just show from concept art to the trailer asset, and there'll be a bunch of basically shot for shot how it went from concept to the actual final thing. So here we go. Here's a making of the trailer.
Love that video.
Yeah, so to kind of start at the beginning, at 343 we do a lot of kind of looking back at ourselves and looking at like the way that we've promoted Halo in the past. And one thing that we really looked at were the way that Halo has been marketed. And one thing that we really wanted to change in coming out with Infinite was change the perception around things. And instead of starting from fear, like with Halo 4 and Halo 5, it was, hunting Master Chief. In Halo 4, Chief in a lot of the marketing materials was shown being restrained, and the kind of marketing tagline was "An Ancient Evil Awakens." We really wanted to focus for the campaign for Halo Infinite on hope, and that kind of became something that was really important to us to have that come across. As we stated earlier, I'm a longtime Halo fan. I got into this community at a really young age. And the first thing I ever saw was the Macworld trailer, actually. And those images and all of those things from Macworld always stuck in my brain. And we wanted to get back to that. And so we really wanted to have more hope, more mystery, more wonder, more agency, more heroism, more symbolism in the trailer, and just like I said, more wonder. We really wanted to focus on that feeling of being able to have a living world be at your fingertips, and to get back to what kind of Halo 1 espoused, which was that feeling of kind of cresting over a hill and seeing places for you to go explore. So our next steps became, how do we turn fear to hope? How do we create a sense of rhythm in the trailer so that as you're watching it, you can start to seed things that later get paid off as the trailer progresses throughout the minutes and seconds? How do we connect to our legacy? We're an almost 20-year-old franchise at this point. We can't neglect that. How do we build a sense of mystery in it? And how do we include Master Chief? Because we knew that we would have to. And we wanted to do that in a special way. So what does hope look like? How do we create a shorthand for it? How do you make a feeling visual? How do we create that sense of rhythm? What can we return to and weave within? Connecting to our legacy and mystery, what that meant to us was, how do we invite people to tell their own stories? Because the stories they tell are largely better than any story that we can create because they're personal and they're their own. And so our North Star became that we wanted to leave the audience believing that this is a place I want to live in, explore, and fight for. And then I asked myself, how did Halo kind of Combat Evolved do that? And I created this video because, again, I say for people that are coming into the chat now, like, one thing that I stated was we largely have to sell these ideas, not just to executives, but just to the team, because these trailers and things like that are made by a significant amount of people. And so if you can connect it back to something that was in the past, something familiar, you largely can get buy-off on ideas a lot quicker. And so in Halo 1, I created this video that basically shows some of the ideas that I wanted to espouse in the trailer, which is that when you're walking around in Halo 1, you can look down at the world, and the world goes on, and it feels like the space you're in, even though it's a corridor or feels somewhat cramped, when you look out onto the space, it feels like it goes on forever. So the space has this sense of expanse. And even though you're kind of in this tight area, it feels much larger than it actually is. And so we wanted to get back to that idea in the trailer, ideally. So we created kind of these principles that we would refer to with the team. The first one was that the world is larger than the frame. The other thing that I'll say here is that any of this art that you're seeing is not actual concept art for Halo Infinite. This is just some renders that I did. So I just don't want that to get twisted. Again, this is not concept art. The second belief was that we wanted to empower the audience to create their own stories, because the stories that the community creates, like I said earlier, is better than anything we can make. Like, we want people to speculate on this stuff. We want people to talk about it. We want people to get excited about it because we're excited about it. And then the third one is, this was actually one, so Chris Lee had this mandate that he wanted, which was that every week he wanted an email that basically stated, this is the progress on the trailer, these are the things that are coming up, and this is kind of what's happened in the last couple days. And so every time that I would send one of these emails, they were kind of like these nicely formatted emails, and one of them would always, at the end of it, we would always say, make the composition a place you want to get lost in, and make the world a place you want to go. And I think that concept is really important for Halo, because when you go back and you look at the Macworld stuff, or you look at even Silent Cartographer, or just the level Halo in Halo 1, it has that sense of, like, it's this bright, cheerful place, but you get to shoot things and ride around, and it's kind of fulfilling all of these fantasies that you have about sci-fi and that whole idea of kind of going out amongst the stars. And I think that concept was so strong, and so we wanted to make the trailer this place that you want to repeatedly go and get lost in. And we wanted to fill each frame with that sense of that. And so we created this graph for how we wanted this to flow and how we wanted people to experience the trailer as it was happening. And this is 100% real. This was what we had, because it's not going to be believed. Like, that's the reason I'm like stating this. This was the experiential escalation we wanted people to have. We wanted people to be like, I don't know what this is. This is cool. This is beautiful. I think this is Halo. And then this is Halo. I'm excited. And so we kind of mapped this out in like February. This was a while ago, how we wanted it to feel as people were kind of watching it. And then here were some of the results after E3.
What is this?
Curveball. Red Dead? No.
Graphics look crazy on this game. Realistic rocks, my boy.
Recore? Oh, it's Rage.
Oh, I don't know.
No, too modern.
No,
Splinter Cell.
I don't think it's Rage.
What is this?
Far Cry Primal 2.
I'm so nervous.
Africa 2.
What's this though?
Oh, hang on, they're Halo Marines. They're Halo Marines.
There they are. There we go.
They're... Bruh.
What? Oh, Halo! Whoa! Halo 6, my boy! Wow! Halo! Wait a minute! Let's go! The Chief is back! Let's go! The Chief is back!
Well, McConaughey really went to the peak, the
Dude,
peak of that
he was
escalation.
into it.
Huh?
Yeah, he
Wow.
was- surprising. So yeah, we had everything was kind of feeding into again that central idea of hope, but we wanted it to have all of these themes, and they're all culminating and building into that idea of hope. So the earliest kind of ideas we had, I remember sitting in a room with Tim Longo and Chris and a few other people, and we had this idea of what if it felt like every shot felt like you were arriving one moment after something has happened. And so you're not seeing the cause, but you're seeing the effect. I just said this, but here's a fancy graphic that says exactly that. And so there's this sense that of life or intelligence that's just out of reach. And the ideas became like you would, as you're arriving to the shot, you're seeing a smoldering fire. Again, eliciting this idea that there's a sense of life that you're not seeing, or bent grass, or vibrating puddles, or rolling shell casings, or abandoned meals, or animals encroaching on human encampments, or the sea reclaiming a warthog. And some of these got into the trailer, some of them didn't. It was more just a kind of conversation starter. And it was something that the team got kind of excited about, because it allows you to do what we had talked about, which was it allows the audience to create their own story. And again, that story that they create is better than anything we can make.
By the way, you're getting seen a couple shout outs in our Mixer chat here. Somebody says, "Who makes your decks? They look good." And when you got somebody with who has a lifelong history of making videos and creating content and telling stories, Dan can make a damn nice deck.
Yeah, I do make. Yeah, I make the decks. And then the next part was, how do we make hope visual? I talked about this earlier. It's like we needed to have this sense of rhythm in the trailer so that there's something that is in frames or in parts of it that feels like it's the secret that's unfolding as the trailer's going on. And then I asked, so again, how do you make hope visual? Go and define the word hope. Get a thesaurus. You see that hope is a bunch of different things. Hope can be a flare, a signal, a vector, a trajectory, lighthouse, guidance, beacon, hope. So what was always there? Past the canyons and rolling hills, what was the lighthouse on the ring? What was that thing in Halo 1? It ended up being these. These were something that were in Halo 1. Jeremy Patnaud, who works on our fiction team, is a good friend of mine. And I would constantly run ideas past him because we're both huge Halo 1 fans. And I'm like, Jeremy, what were these things in Halo 1? What was their fictional relevance and what were they actually doing? And he was like, I don't know that there was any real fiction for them. I think they're called communication towers or communication beacons. But in Halo 1, when you first see them, what they are from a gameplay perspective is it's just something that tells you that past this little canyon that you're in, there's more to go explore. And that idea was so kind of sticky to me. It was something that became really fascinating. And so I went, booted up Halo 1, captured this video, because again, I have to prove to the team that this could work and be something that's interesting. And if you frame it in the right way, you could see hints of it and you could see parts of it off a frame, or you could just see its you could just see the beacon there kind of firing off screen and lighting up the environment, and that could do that thing that I've been talking about this entire time of hinting at story and hinting at things that can be explained over time. But essentially, when they go back and watch the trailer, they'll see that it was always there in the shots. Is there sound coming through on this? Okay. I didn't know if my voice, I'm hoping it was. And so, again, it gave us these things. It gave us sound, vibration, attention, rhythm. It gave us all of these things that were really helpful in constructing this trailer. And then I'm, again, talking to Jeremy. He was like, yeah, if you do that, there was something really interesting in the Starry Night trailer. We're both huge fans of that trailer. And I'll just play this. I had never known this until Jeremy told me, and it's kind of fascinating.
You ever wonder what's up there? Like what? Maybe someone up there was wondering what it's like here. I guess. Do you think we'll ever meet them? I hope so. Don't you?
So, did you see it? And essentially what this is I never knew this. So at the end of this trailer, a Wraith fires off a plasma mortar, and it's hurtling towards Chief, or it's, I don't know if it ever kind of hits the ground, but it's going towards Chief. And in the beginning here, if you pay attention, you'll see that there's actually this symmetry in the trailer where that same plasma mortar is mirrored in the beginning of the trailer, where you're seeing that shooting star by the grass there. And they wanted to kind of have that bookend where there is this, like I said, the symmetry of the shooting star and the mortar fire kind of at the beginning and end. And it became, that was kind of doing what we wanted this trailer to do, where it was essentially like this hint in the beginning that ran throughout the entire trailer and that then culminated at the end. And you see it here, where early on in the trailer, you see that kind of plasma fire go up behind the tree, and it's a hint at where we're going at the end of the trailer.
And by the way, most of the Mixer chat is in the same boat I am in. I've seen that Starry Night trailer dozens and dozens of times. I was at Bungie when it was first being storyboarded and saw the wireframes. Until I saw this presentation a few months ago, I myself also had never noticed that shooting star before. So you just blew a lot of people's minds in Mixer chat. I'm with you. Most of us have never seen that, and certainly never made that connection that it was all intentionally planned to have this well thought out bookend. So you blew some minds just right there, Dan.
Cool. Yeah, sorry I'm not reacting to the chat. It's hard for me to talk and read that at the same time.
You do your thing. I'll keep an eye on the chat. So far, you're doing good based on what I'm seeing here in the chat window.
Okay, cool. So the next kind of element that we wanted to weave into this trailer was nostalgia, which is largely just unveiling the Halo property slowly over time through iconography, certain languages of form and things like that. So we had mystery, hope, and nostalgia as three pillars of this trailer. Mystery being that thing of, in this example you see here, you see like smoke coming out of a cave, which visually just elicits the idea that something living must be there if smoke is coming out of that cave. Seeing kind of relics of, in that example, you can kind of see it. It's like a rusted out car. Again, something must have been there, but it's kind of broken down. Hope was the beacon. Nostalgia is seeing parts of the UNSC architecture, whatever that ended up being. We didn't specifically know when this exact slide was made, but just essentially iconic shape, language, and characteristics of Halo kind of being unveiled as the trailer progressed. So again, yeah, we had this kind of these three themes, and these themes kind of, depending on the shot, this is what this is showing, depending on the shot, we essentially were, some shots might have more mystery, some shots might have more hope, but we had to have all of these in there to kind of craft the story that we wanted to tell. And we really wanted to empower the audience to feel like it explore, and we wanted to elicit wonder and questions. That was our big goal. We wanted them to feel like an explorer throughout, and then we wanted them to have those questions and have that feeling of hope by the end. And again, to reiterate the same point that I've kind of stated a bunch here, it's the sound and imagery pose questions that we don't answer. It's really important that we don't answer all the questions that we pose, because again, the questions we pose should be personal to the audience and to the fans. Like, we want them to kind of create the story for us. And to have that personal experience with Halo. And I think this last line is actually really important because the trailer really exists to sell the promise of the world that we're creating and sell the promise of the hopeful nature, I think, of the world that we're creating. All right, and what do I have here? Oh, earliest concepts.
I don't think anybody wants to see concepts, right?
These were some of the earliest slides that we have. Again, kind of emerging from the cave, which ended up being in there. Animal herds. Again, some of this went into the slip space nature of the slip space demonstration nature of this. Like, we wanted to show that our engine can do a lot of characters on screen at once, because that is one of the great things about our engine. Hints in the mud. We created these mood boards. Again, we thought about doing interesting framings on things so that we aren't showing everything, and then over time we show more and more. It kind of that visual language of cropping things so that your mind has to fill in the frame is something that was really important early on, and that's essentially what happens when you see Chief in the trailer. I don't know, the earlier breakdown trailer that we showed at the very beginning of this shows that we played with a lot of how to show Chief. It was, anytime you have Master Chief in a trailer for Halo, it's going to be probably the most contentious shot you have in the trailer, because everybody's going to have an opinion on how you should do it. But what ended up being really important was that we wanted the fans to kind of fill in the rest of him. We wanted to show his helmet, show that he's there, but then have their mind fill in the blanks, because that, again, goes to that idea of them kind of empowering the audience to kind of come up with the story themselves. Yeah, we just played a lot with like different ways to show people. This was something that we did, but ended up getting cut at the last minute. So the way that the stage is designed at E3, we had some early understanding of what the stage was going to look like, and they have these right here where you're looking at this. You see Xbox One and Forza on the left-hand side, and then there's some screens on the right-hand side. And so what we ended up doing was making essentially every shot had 3 different cameras pointing at different parts of the world, and then as the shot progressed, it would fill in these. If you were at the show itself, you would essentially see this like panoramic view of the trailer. So it would feel like this kind of really wide version of the trailer, and this actually ended up getting cut pretty much last minute, but it was a lot of extra work that we went in and did.
I would have loved to have seen that. I know sitting in the audience, the Forza guys, they did light up all of those peripheral pieces, and I think it was pretty amazing the way that it did. But I didn't even know this was supposedly maybe going to be something for us until I saw your presentation.
Yeah, and this was just something I did for the lighting artists. Again, just to give you guys like a glimpse into how some of this stuff is made. This is essentially like a Pinterest board for how each shot needs to feel in terms of color and mood and all of that kind of stuff.
Burning Man.
Yeah, Burning Man. Alpine. This is actually the earliest animatic, or if not one of the earliest animatics of the trailer. And you'll see it's a little bit different. We added this stuff. We didn't know you never know when you make an E3 trailer where you're going to end up in terms of the placement, like if you're going to be at the beginning of the show, or if you're going to be at the middle, or if you're going to be at the end. This video, the only reason I'm prefacing this is this video assumes that we were at the end, but it's more just to get people's minds head into like thinking about it, because they're not necessarily on the same page as us.
I have one more exclusive title to share with you.
I know some things changed, but I got to say, from what was one of the earliest concepts, that ended up being pretty damn close to what was actually shipped.
Yeah, that was done in I think early February. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys were already pretty close to the mark.
Yeah.
And no, just so for the jokers in the chat, or you're joining us late, no, that was not actual game footage from the Slipspace engine. We are watching an early concept animatic from the E3 2018 Halo Infinite trailer.
Yeah. Yeah. So actually, this is we're almost actually at the end of this, but what I do have here is just per shot showing the concept art, and then in the bottom left corner you'll see the actual shot from the game. So they're pretty similar. Actually, strangely super similar. All right, and then we have the Rhino.
Yeah. What did you guys? So I just referred to this as the Space Rhino. Was it? What did you guys? What was the
literally
team
called
calling
it
this?
that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Everyone just called it the Space Rhino.
Yeah, we call it the Space Rhino.
I like the Space Rhino. Let's make it official.
Yeah, Matt Aldridge. I know probably a lot of the community doesn't know who he is, but you probably should, because he ended up. He's responsible for the Halo 4 Master Chief. He's an amazing modeler from ILM.
I'm positive we'll have Matt on the stream at some point. As
you
soon
guys
as
really
we're allowed to show some of the amazing stuff he's working on, he's very high on my list to get in here.
Yeah, I'm only stating that because a lot of this is normally what Matt would talk about. But Matt had this reference anatomy. His team then went and had some concept art made for what the Space Rhino would look like. Is this concept art? I think the top is concept art. The bottom is actually the model.
Yeah, it looks like it is the model, but with experimenting with different color
different
palettes
shading. Yeah, exactly. And then this is for scale. I thought this would be kind of cool to show people, so you can see how big Chief is in relation to the animals that are in the trailer. Master Chief. This is cool to just show the fans. And the only thing that I will say is, I spent a lot of time talking to Sparth. Sparth is our art director on Infinite, and this is a bit different than what I'm currently showing you. The final model of Master Chief will be seen eventually, and I'm not saying this like I'm a huge Halo fan. It is by far the coolest, in my personal opinion, Master Chief that we've ever done, or that anybody's really ever done. And this is not the final one. This is just the E3 version from this year. But essentially, Matt made this sheet that shows like where they kind of took influences from to make that helmet. And so it has a little bit of Halo 2 and 3, a little bit of 4, and it's a mixture of those. And again, it'll look a little bit different than what you're seeing here. Matt also put together this video showing like a spin around of it, a turntable of it.
I think Sparth and Matt and team are safe to say they're on the right track, just based on the reactions during E3 and the reactions we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And so that's actually all I have. That was actually 114 slides, like we said.
Blaze through it.
Yeah.
Time flies and you're having fun. I mean, if you got a few more minutes before we have to jump off, I know we haven't had you. I don't want to interrupt your flow, but if we have questions coming through from the chat specifically for Dan about the E3 trailer or his process or anything like that, more than happy to take a stab at that. We're not going to be...
Hello, Jay.
We're not going to be answering
Good
a
to
lot of
see
those
you.
questions that I've seen scrolling through the Mixer feed for the last 45 minutes. So, and I know I saw some questions coming up about slip space and things like that. Just a reminder, we're hoping that we will have Chris Lee be a guest on the social stream next week. Chris is the head of the Halo Infinite team here at 343. And as long as that works out as I'm hoping, we'll have him on here, and maybe we can get him to answer a few of these questions that Dan and I are not equipped to answer. So hold those, come back next week, and we'll see if we can get Chris to shed a little bit more light on what he and the team have been doing since June. But what do we got for Dan here? Is that the new 343i logo?
No.
Not really, no.
No.
Dan just makes cool stuff like that for the heck of it.
Yeah, that's actually true. So a lot of this presentation we gave to people at PAX. They came and visited the studio. And actually, I just made that for the people as they entered the room, so that there was something looping as they entered.
All right, the questions are scrolling so fast. One that I saw popped up was just like, how did it feel after the trailer finally aired and it was out there and seeing the reaction? Like, how did it feel for you personally?
That's a good question. I honestly was just proud that we finished it, and that like it got out there. I don't. It was. I mean, I'll be honest. I had never actually done something like that from start to finish. So it was just really. I was more proud of the team for getting it across the finish line, and we did it in a way that I thought was really good. Like, we didn't crunch on it at all. I don't think I ever saw somebody on working a weekend. I was just more proud in the way that we got it finished, and we did not. And I swear this is true, we did not know how it was going to be received at all. So I was just thrilled that people liked it.
I think, I think everyone did like it. Safe to say. I mean, get goosebumps still every time, right? And
Yeah.
it was cool to be there in the moment, in the auditorium, and then later to see your sort of emotional escalation chart. Like, I mean, I literally experienced that in real time, and I think everyone sitting around us did. Like, we could hear it, and you could just feel the energy kind of ramping up,
Yeah.
and then finally the crescendo of, oh my gosh, it's Halo, it's Chief.
Yeah, I mean, that was like one thing that we kept having to come back to, was mapping to that curve of like, is it actually, especially with there's some things in there technically that we had to get right, like depth of field, which it's a technical term, but like if you have an iPhone that has portrait mode, it's the kind of bokeh that blurs out when you take a portrait mode picture. If we didn't have that right, you would essentially see the Warthog pretty early on in the trailer as it goes across the desert. And so we had to make sure some of the tech was working, because in early versions, executives will look at it and be like, well, right now I know that that's a Warthog. And so you're kind of blowing your emotional curve. And so we had to get that kind of tech right, and we did. And again, like, I think that's the thing that I'm like really proud of, is like a bunch of different teams came together to try to make that thing work, and we all did at the end of the day.
These questions are scrolling so fast. It's really hard for me to keep up and see here. So loving all the engagement and excitement and interest here. Oh, that's a hard question. I see come right there from Keys, caught my eye. If you were to change anything about the trailer, what would you change?
Man, I don't know.
That's tough.
I don't fully know, because I think strangely, it might be some of the earlier music.
Okay.
I think that was contentious too for a lot of people. They were like, obviously, like, we all love the Halo 3 fanfare at the end, but the music before that was something that was really hard to get right, because we couldn't have it feel like Halo, and everything that we were doing, it kind of felt like it was too much like Halo in the beginning. And again, like, we kept trying to map it to, we wanted to have that surprise of people not knowing that it was Halo. But like, even saying that, I don't even know what I would have changed the music to, because I love working with Kazuma.
Yeah, it worked. It totally worked. I mean, it would have been cool if all the extra work you guys did to take advantage of the Microsoft Theater would have actually come to fruition. Like, that would have been pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's out of your control, obviously. I've seen this question come up a couple times. What When you say that we want it to be the player's story, like what do you mean when you were referencing that a few times? Like you're saying that the story that the players can make up themselves is the most powerful. Like I think someone was just asking like what do you mean when you say that?
I mean that when you play Halo 1, if you actually go back and play that game is incredibly light on story. And the stories that I would create, I should put this in context. I mean, in 2001, I was a sophomore in high school, and I would go home and play that game. And I would just kind of tool around in the Warthog and go over the kind of pastoral hills, and I would basically make my own story as to what I thought was happening, because at the time, I had never read Fall of Reach. I didn't know that there was actually a larger kind of story, and obviously anybody at that time wouldn't have known that Halo would become the thing that it has become. And so the story that I created was personal. It was like my understanding of the world, and I think that is incredibly important to give back to the fans, because I don't know if this is making any sense.
No, I understand what you're saying. I don't know if it's answering if it's addressing specifically I don't even know who asked that question at this point. That was a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, it kind of goes with your whole like less is more approach of just not leaving things outside not just telegraphing exactly to the audience. This is what's happening. You should feel this way. This is the thing that we want you to take away. It's leaving enough freedom there for players to use their own imagination and fill those gaps in and kind of personalize it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of storytelling is creating questions, and I think what we wanted to do is create a bunch of questions and then purposefully not answer them, not because we don't know the answers. Like we need to have the answers to those things, otherwise it doesn't feel like there's any intentionality into what we're creating. But we want the answers to be. We want to kind of piecemeal out our answers to that. But if the community creates a better answer, I mean, I think we want to give them that time to speculate and create those questions and fill in the blanks themselves. Because if we're just basically doing that, I think it kind of cheapens the experience personally.
Looks like Receptor has a question I see. Was the trailer made in tandem with the Slipspace development, and then how was it to kind of build this trailer with an engine that's also being developed? I mean, I think safe to say like Slipspace engine development's been kind of ongoing in different phases it's the culmination of a lot of work over a long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
But it is true that underlying technical systems were coming online that you needed for this trailer, like in parallel, right? So
yeah, the kind of crazy. Chris should talk more about this than I should. But the crazy thing about Slipspace is there's a lot of the underlying tech that was being built for Slipspace at the time of this trailer was none of the rendering technology, and so we needed to create obviously a pretty good-looking trailer, but none of that technology at the time was essentially being worked on. And so around the time that this trailer was being made, they actually had to kind of go all hands on deck with certain people and have them focus more on some of the rendering technology and some of the different graphical enhancements that we were talking about. But even then, like, this is not the final. What you see there is not the final suite of what will be in Halo Infinite. It's. I think Chris would agree, and I don't think it's hurtful for me to say. I mean, our engine will always be working. Like, people will always be working on our engine.
Totally. Yep. All right. Well, I think we're starting to get a little long on time. I see so many questions still coming in. I don't know if we'll have time. I do see people saying, are the slides going to be available for us to see? I don't think we really have plans right now to release this as a standalone piece. Of course, you can watch the video on demand of this stream here on Mixer.com/Halo for, I think, about 2 weeks or so before it kind of magically disappears. But right now, we don't really have, I don't think we plan to put this out of context of the stream and of Dan kind of walking through what it all means. Couple quick housekeeping notes for those that are still with us. As a reminder, next week will be our final Halo 343 social stream. So we'll be back at 1:30 on Wednesday here on Mixer.com/Halo. Fingers crossed that studio head of Halo Infinite, Chris Lee, will be joining us. And we're looking forward to sitting down with him. We're going to be playing some Halo 5 tomorrow. We have a pretty cool update coming to Halo 5 just in time for the holiday season, so stay tuned for that. And also, we rolled out the new season, which just recently kicked off. So some cool stuff going on in Halo 5. We're also preparing for an MCC update as well, which, if everything goes according to plan, that too should be landing next Wednesday with a couple cool new features, fixes, and improvements. So just a caveat on that, we're working really hard. The team's pushing to try to get this thing out next Wednesday. That's the goal. But of course, we're going to see how testing and flighting goes this weekend. I'm also told that if you're an MCC insider with access to the insider program thus far, you should be able to get the build this weekend if you're curious to go in there and poke around. So keep an eye out for that. But stay tuned to us next week. By Monday, we'll know for sure if that update's on track, and then we'll have, of course, patch notes and all those full details. And I think that was basically it for my my housekeeping notes. So, Dan, I really appreciate you coming here today and sharing this. I hope our audience enjoyed this. It's kind of taking a different approach. I don't think we've really gone to this level of content and behind the scenes and kind of how the sausage is made. This is something that I would probably expect to see at like GDC, for example. So if you like this kind of thing, if you enjoyed this stream today, let us know, because there's so much making of story to tell in this building, and I'd like to find ways when the time is right to bring more of the great work the team is doing and help you just understand what goes into something like a trailer, and then, of course, all the different aspects of the game as we slowly start revealing that over time. So it will happen, I promise. I've seen people saying, are you actually going to show us real gameplay ever? Pretty safe to assume between now and release, you will actually see and learn a lot more about Halo Infinite. So stay tuned for that. And a belated shout out to Atomic Jorge and all of our friends down in LATAM. We appreciate it. Thanks for the support. I've seen you come through a few times on chat, and I missed you earlier. So appreciate it. And Dan?
Yeah, thank
final
you guys.
thoughts?
No, my only real thought is that we really are making this in mind with the fans. Like, we want this to be something that is extremely special for people that have stayed with us for as long as they have.
Well, and I think to that point, it's also a good reminder, something that Chris has talked about a lot externally and internally, is eventually we will have a flighting program that will literally put the in-development game in the hands of our community and give you a chance to just be right there with us and give us real feedback and help us really refine and hone the game that we all want Infinite to be. So we should have some news on that eventually. I don't know yet what that looks like, but it's very important to the team. It is a pillar for development. It's never been done before for a Halo title. So all the great work, for example, and learnings we got doing the MCC work and in flighting with the community, just imagine that's going to be applied to Infinite as well, and it's going to be a pretty exciting road.
Yep.
Cool.
Well,
so
thank you all.
Thanks,
for tuning
Dan.
in. Yeah,
appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today. Sketch here. Thank you, Michael and Liz, for helping run the stream. And we'll be back next Wednesday for our last stream of the year. And until then, we'll see you online. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you.
The game?
Hot mics. Hot mics. I hear myself, and now I see myself.
There we are.
Live, gentlemen.
How's it going? On the stream.
We are. Welcome. Hey, everybody. Happy Halo Days, and welcome to the 343 social stream. It's the last one of 2018, actually. So we brought out the big guns today. I'm, of course, Sketch. You know Unishek. You may or may not know Chris Lee. Happy to have him joining us today. And for the first time, I believe, on any official stream ever,
That's right.
the one and only Burger. So today
Nice,
we
Burger.
are excited to catch up with these two fine gentlemen. We'd like to talk a little bit about what they've been working on, what they've been up to since we last heard from Chris, which has been way back in June.
It's been a long time, yeah.
We've been pretty heads down and pretty busy, but we also want to play some of the new Holiday Fiesta playlist today.
Yes.
So you know how that works. Anyone that jumps in and matches up with Team 343 with or against will get the coveted 343 unicorn skin. Some say it is the hottest gift item this season. Actually, no one's ever said that.
It's the
myself.
coolest.
It is the coolest. Oh,
It's the coolest.
I'm glad you remembered that. Yesterday, John had
Yeah.
that. He had that line written in his head and was worried he'd forget to drop it today.
I didn't want to forget that people will be playing us on the snow maps
Yeah.
and get Ice Unicorn. Like,
Ooh,
it
nice.
doesn't fit any better than that. You know,
It's been years in the making.
it has
really
been.
has.
It really has been.
So, guys, before we kind of dive in, because we're just going to do a mix of talking, we're going to play, we're going to talk. Of course, we're watching the Mixer chat here, so let us know what you're thinking. We may or may not be able to answer all the questions. We'll try, but full disclosure, you know me, I love to crush dreams, and I love to keep those expectations in check. Chris has not been permitted to make any big reveals or news drops today, but
No.
you never know
Sorry.
what's going to happen. Burger's a wild card, so
Why am I the wild card?
well, you know.
Luckily, he can't read chat though, so
No, we don't want
yeah.
him seeing the chat because there's a lot of beard discussion going on right now. It's good. It's trending.
It's trend. The
Yeah.
beard's trending.
Hashtag Burger Beard is and that's Burger with an E, by the way, not BU. So guys, before we jump in, we know you all very well. I'm not sure all of our viewers do. So Chris, we'll start with you. Just kind of generally housekeeping. Who are you? What do you do? How'd you make it here today?
Yeah, so I am the studio head for the Halo Infinite team. So I run the team that built like the E3 trailer. We're working on forward development for Infinite, and Burger's on the team as well as our technical director. And I've been a part of 343 since the beginning. I came over with Bonnie when she started the studio, and I've been here ever since, working on Halo 4 as the lead producer, executive producer of 5, and then now kind of leading the development team on Infinite. So,
Burger, you've been here a long time as well, right?
Yeah, I was here since the start as well. So all of the work on 4 and 5 and now Infinite, yeah, as the technical director. So it's been a fun road.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting just how old some of us are. You guys were on the other side of the 343 fence at the same time I was at on the other side of the Bungie fence, and I remember sort of zigzagging in and out a few times in certain meetings as we were passing torches and whatnot, and now here we are.
That's right. We met at Exo 6 in Barcelona.
We did, and
So
I
that's
think
a
you were
while
there
ago.
with the Shadowrun team,
Shadowrun,
if I
that's right.
recall, and
Yeah.
we had some. It was a great show.
Yeah.
And it only took us all the way until DreamHack Atlanta to reunite and have another night on the town again. So
go out drinking.
We'll save that for another stream.
That'll be another stream.
That's an
yeah.
after dark stream.
Oh, sorry.
That could be a whole stream in its
Burger
own.
After Dark. So you guys just want to kind of maybe break the ice and maybe we'll get a game in first just to kind of knock the dust off a little bit and see what community members might want to match in with us. If you don't know, the Holiday Fiesta playlist launched last week. It is a special variation of the beloved Super Fiesta playlist. Randy and Blaze on the Sustain team worked really hard to kind of add a wintry holiday festive theme to some of our Halo 5 maps. They did an amazing job, and there's also some new game types as well, right, John?
Yeah, so I think there's 14 different Super Fiesta modes, which you've got low grav Super Fiesta, sniper Super Fiesta, where you're only getting sniper rifles of Covenant, Forerunner, Humankind. You have low grav snipers, like combinations of absolutely everything, and you play them all on these holiday maps.
And Burger, if I'm not mistaken, you're a pretty well-established SWAT player, right? That's kind of your forte.
Yeah, I do play a lot of SWAT, which most people are like. Really, you play SWAT? Especially because I'm very jittery when I play. Chris is gonna be laughing at me this whole time. So
there is
if we could get some
Super
close-ups,
Fiesta SWAT.
there is, and it's
on
awesome.
Burger.
There's
Okay.
a Super Fiesta SWAT.
Well, we
which
all
is-
expect John's shoulders to get a little sore this afternoon as he pulls Chris and Burger into a MMR bracket that they've never experienced before.
Yeah, pretty
but
excited
Yeah.
about
We'll
that.
go easy
That's
on
gonna
them.
be
I think for the most
really
part,
fun.
I've never
we will
played
keep
it
the
silver
stream
before.
dialed into John's POV, but we'll check in and see how Burger and Chris are doing along the way. And, you know, I'm not actually playing. I just get to sit here and talk trash and
judge.
mock these guys. And
wear-
somebody has to keep tabs of the Mixer
and
chat
wear a
here.
sweet sweater.
And wear this awesome sweater. I get to wear it. Like, it's the only time I'll probably be able to wear it this year. So
Have you shown the chat?
I don't
Full
know
on
if the
with your
chat
wear?
has seen my sweater, complete with my Infinity Gauntlet. It's pretty awesome, gotta say.
That is such an awesome sweater. And now I feel like I'm way underdressed for this stream.
I was hoping to get the Halo
Yeah.
Chief one
The Christmas sweater.
from like last year, but
Yeah.
I hear those are really hard to come by now.
yeah, Liz was saying
Joust.
we got Joust.
Oh,
So
Joust.
This one is railguns and swords.
Yeah.
Oh,
And my
I
favorite
always-
holiday map with all the lights.
Eden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong TV
I was
again.
looking at the wrong TV too.
Everybody wants me to snap already. I'm only going to
Ugh.
snap if Burger goes off script. That would be the cue. And if I snap, the screen goes dark. It means somebody said something they weren't supposed to say.
The stream
What?
just goes dark.
Yeah, it'll probably be caused by me. I won't.
Yeah, I'm not even going to pretend to be a caster. It's not really
Boom.
not really my thing. But Chris just let out a boom, so I think he must have killed somebody somewhere.
Yeah.
Trying to watch these screens.
We're blue, right?
What's
They're
going
in
on
blue
here?
base. He's going through security.
I tried to go for like a 360, just cause. You got a Boltru over there, Chris. Nice.
You have gained the lead.
Chris is fighting a bunch of them up on top blue right now.
Yep. Oh, you got me.
The questions are already coming fast and furious in the chat. So far, nothing that we are able to answer, but I'm going to keep paying close attention. A lot of very specific questions.
This is a close game.
It is 11-11 right now. Minky's matchmaking doing its job. Ooh.
The doctor. There's two in turbine.
All right, starting with the call-outs, guys. I like to see.
That guy. Did you have a whiplash?
I can't not try.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, I very often play to win, and that's like the one thing I want to do when I'm playing Halo.
Yeah, it's hard
And
not to.
It can be challenging. It's like when you're tired after a long day and you just want to play, but when you play, you have to play to win. It's oh man, it's a bit of a struggle.
Kitty rules. I do read the chat,
Nice.
but I also do sometimes make up questions. So you're half right.
Oh my gosh, how did I miss that? After my sweet bowl true.
It wasn't on stream. It didn't happen, Burger.
Well, then only Unistream is going to happen.
Well, we were told that he would have the best plays.
Well, I don't know who told you that. I mean,
We got the technology. We can switch over. If anyone in chat would like to see either a Chris or a Burger POV, just let us know. We can make that happen.
I almost just sorted Burger. So, I mean, I think
After
people want to see that.
Oh, pre-firing? Good try, Burger.
Yeah, he didn't.
We're split right now between Burger Cam and Chris Cam.
Ooh.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna say it'll be Sternoff's choice. Michael's working the boards back there. So, all right, let's check in with Burger.
Burger.
Oh,
Now-
that just seems like a terrible idea.
They're coming in blue. Oh, we are not winning.
All right, we're on Burger. Let's see what he can do. He's got a rail gun and a sword.
We're coming back.
That's because look, I brought them all in, and then everyone.
Where are they? Oh, there's one in red.
Burger, people are curious about your beard. It's being called Epic. And how long have you been working on that beard?
About 3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
So kind of the end of summer, early fall. Need my winter beard.
All right, let's if the stream chat could just pivot away from the beer discussion. Let's find a different topic.
Well, did everyone see that one? I actually got a kill there.
Yeah. Will there be oxygen in Halo Infinite?
I think there will be.
I don't know if you guys saw, but earlier this week, Frank actually leaked something really significant on Twitter. He confirmed that there will be dirt.
Oh yeah.
In Halo Infinite.
I was pretty upset with him for yeah. It feels like that's too much. Too much, Frank.
So we know there's dirt. Safe to assume there's trees.
I got
sky. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume there'll be some sort of weaponry.
Thinking there's sky.
I saw the Warthog in the trailer, so I
there.
assume that's probably a safe bet.
Nice.
Yeah, look at that. Double
46,
kill,
44.
Bull True.
It's close,
All
it's
right,
close.
Burger. You
Not
just needed the
doing well right
spotlight.
now.
Now
Yeah,
you're stepping
double
up.
kill, Bull True.
Rising to the
yes.
occasion.
Oh, and the red. Missed.
Team 343 just 2 kills away from opening win here, getting things off on the right foot.
Got him.
And that's
Boom.
it.
Go, baby.
Unicheck
Nice.
with a deciding kill.
Love it.
Great job, guys.
Let's go.
So to everybody that matched with these guys and against,
I went
we'll
even.
take
His
note of your
to
gamer
Chris's
tag,
minus
and you
6.
will receive the unicorn skin. Just a reminder, though, asking for it in chat. It's purely random. You happen to match up, we will grant it to you a little bit later. So just be patient there. Guys, before we jump in, maybe we'll look over here at my little script.
Someone
talk
asked
about,
if Chief was going to be in the game.
Well, are you comfortable answering that?
Yeah, of course.
Is that a yes?
Yeah, Chief is
Confirmation.
definitely
All
in
right.
the game.
Chris, looking at this Mixer chat, giving the viewers what they want. So, guys, I think you know.
Did you know that? I don't know if I knew if Chief was going to be in Infinite.
I did. I knew.
I mean, I assumed that was his back that we saw in the trailer, but it wasn't really ever. Well, there you go, guys. Now you just spoiled a massive plot twist.
Oh, are we supposed to say spoiler before we do stuff like that?
Well, if you're in this chat, who knows what's going to happen now? You might get spoiled. I don't know if you guys caught last week's stream, but we had Dan Chosich come on and do a pretty fascinating behind-the-scenes dive into the thought process and the work that went into the trailer. I don't want to rehash all of June. It was a long time ago, but we haven't really seen or heard from you guys since. So just kind of curious. Chris, we were all down at E3, and just kind of curious, like, what were your thoughts coming out of E3, if you can remember that? What was it like? A lot of work went into that moment. You're in the auditorium. We saw how the trailer was built, but from your perspective, being there on behalf of the team, just kind of walk us through what that was like for you.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. Like, you're always a little nervous when you're showing something new, and we had been pretty dark up until that point. We hadn't talked about Infinite, and the team had been working really hard, and that trailer meant so much to us on the team because it really showcased, like, bringing back some of those, like, the new visual language that we're working on, and just going out there and seeing the reaction that folks had was amazing. In the auditorium, people didn't know what the trailer was, and so watched a ton of the community reaction videos, seeing them trying to guess what the trailer is, and well, there was a very, like, intentional arc that we wanted to take people on there.
Yeah, Dan showed us that it kind of literally seemed to what he predicted on that chart is what happened in real life.
Yeah, and so then when people started realizing it was Halo, you could just hear it in the auditorium. There was this buzz, and then it just, like, erupted when Chief showed up at the end. So it was an amazing moment. It was very heartwarming, and one of my favorite moments of being part of this team.
Berger, anything stand out to you if you can remember back to
Yeah,
June?
no, it was an awesome feeling, right? It was really the culmination of a lot of work since the end of Halo 5 coming together on screen, and I think we can do tons of foundational work and you know, it kicked off the Slipspace engine and that stuff. But until we actually have something that fans can see, it doesn't really matter if it's just internal. So it's a really great moment for us to start sharing things back with the community and the fans.
Well, you mentioned Slipspace. Let's come back to that in a second. Maybe we'll jump back in for another game, and then I definitely would like to talk to you just both generally on what is Slipspace and what have you been up to since June. But first, more Holiday Fiesta.
I mean, it'll take a little to load in.
Oh, well,
that's
I'm not sure we can handle that question that fast, but okay, Berger, why don't you?
Look, it's loading already.
It is loading in pretty fast.
Yeah, we have a lot of things that we want to do. The vision for Infinite is big, and we needed to really do a re-architecture on the tech stack and the tool set and the workflow and stuff that Chris has already talked about to be able to achieve that vision. And so it really meant that we needed to take a step back and do some re-architecture. It's great to be able to provide the tool sets to the content team that allow them to just create better stuff. And so it was needed. We'd spent a lot of time shipping 4, shipping 5, and then we got to take a step back and really, I think, overhaul the engine to be able to deliver on this vision.
Nice.
Cool. Well, hold that thought. I don't want to take you away. Let's keep the streak alive.
Oh, I got a Prophet's Bane off the start.
Team 343, 1-0 in the Holiday Fiesta community playdate.
I got
Unished
Did you
loads in with a Prophet's Bane, dies immediately.
Yep. Not the best start you want.
Not ideal.
I can't tell whose view we're on right now. We got multiple people carrying the same weapon. All right,
that
Berger,
was
let's Michael. Let's check in with Chris. We haven't looked at Chris yet today.
I just got a double, and then yeah,
that's what they all say.
There is a Prophet's Bane lurking around somewhere.
It's yours. You gave it to them.
No, there were 2.
Damn.
I'm going to answer a question over here, guys, on a tangential topic. I see people asking, hey, what's up with the MCC update? So, yeah, about that. We put out a post this morning with some additional information, but reality is the team has been working super hard to try to get this update out into the players' hands before everyone disappears for the break and everything shuts down. And just late last night, unfortunately, we discovered a last-minute bug that unfortunately kind of keeps the build from hitting the bar that the team is committed to, which, you know, if we're not making the game better and continually moving forward, that's a problem. So this particular bug would have resulted in a content corruption issue that would have prevented people from being able to match into the match composer in certain scenarios, and also resulted
Prophet's
in
bane
the
on my
crash.
ex.
So
I killed him.
unfortunately, we had to make the difficult decision to hold back that update until we have time to get that issue ironed out. So after we get back from the break and the holidays, and realistically after we get past the UGC Halo Classic, which is scheduled for the second weekend in January, then the team will look at bringing this update back out as soon as they
Nice.
can. So for now, a little bit of a delay, but it was the right call to make, and we look forward to sharing more information after the break. Now back to this game, another close one, 19-21, 20-21. Team 343 still in it.
So many Prophet's Banes right now.
I know.
I killed another one. There's no.
Oh my
they
gosh,
finally got
Tartar
me.
Scabble behind you,
There's
Chris?
like 3 of them on my
We're
ex.
watching Teffer Lee, Chris Lee's POV right now, creeping around in a game of
I got the
no.
Tartar
Super
Scabble.
Fiesta Melee, so
Does
only
anyone
melee
wanna-
weapons.
Who wants a Prophet's Bane?
I take one.
Guys, if you had to pick one, a hammer or a sword? Are you a
Prophet's Bane
sword,
down there
sword
on my
guy or
ex,
hammer
down
guy?
on my ex.
Burger's a sword guy.
Down there.
John, are you a
Smash.
sword or hammer?
Hammer will usually win the clang, so hammer
Yeah.
in Halo 5.
All right.
Yeah, I agree. I do like jousting with the swords. It's fun to fight through it a little bit. Oh, nice. Someone's got Tartar Scabble.
Yeah. We traded. There's another one down there on the floor. Get a Tartar Scabble. Yeah, to your right. Up there. Just hold B. Nice.
Let's see.
Watch your back. Turn around.
Eric Ibu's throwing up a little poll here.
We're getting,
asking
like,
our
full call-out
audience how
mode.
they feel about
You got it.
hammer versus
Nice.
sword.
We're up by 6.
To whoever keeps asking repeatedly,
by me.
will there be
Oh,
playable elites in Halo Infinite? That is outside the scope of what we will be discussing today, but I appreciate your perseverance. Guys, the chat weighed in. 68% prefers the sword over the hammer.
Yeah.
I will say I think sword is cooler,
It's more
but
fun.
for Halo 5, like winning the match, you probably want to pick hammer.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like if you play Griffball in Halo 5, you'll notice that quite a bit actually.
So as a SWAT player, Berger naturally wouldn't know that, and he would just pick the sword.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not always about winning. It's about being really cool.
What?
It's about style.
Ah,
It can be
okay.
about style points. Oh my. There's like all of them on red team or in red base.
Hey, we're close. We should win. It's tied now.
Let's
We are tied up, 45 all.
Oh, that was
46-45. 343 trying to hold on here. 47,
this.
3 kills, 2 kills to go.
Behind me.
48,
There was a Prophet's Bane up here.
1
Traded.
kill
One
for
kill.
Team 343. Keep the streak alive.
Oh, come on.
Is he over by you, Bert?
Oh, yeah, there's 2 of them
We're
on me.
tied up right now. Next kill has it.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Nuts.
What happened there? I missed that moment. Was it a sword versus
I-
hammer for the finale?
I think it was someone must have gotten uni.
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's not about winning, right? You guys did look cool, so that's all that's important.
I did.
Yeah,
I'm
you-
not sure about uni though.
Okay. Well, nice job there, guys. We'll keep it going. You know, every once in a while, you don't
Thanks
want to
for
just
carrying us.
dominate
We
because the
try.
community would just be crushed. So sometimes it's good to keep. I'm glad. Thanks for keeping it close.
Yeah.
So back to where we were, guys.
Yeah.
This is a loaded question, and we don't have all day, but just generally speaking, like what have you guys been up to since E3? I know you've been pretty heads down. We obviously haven't been able to share really any information publicly, much to the dismay of our anxious and eager fans. But
Yeah.
how have things been going? What's been happening here in these secret halls?
Lots of tool work on slip space, that kind
Yep.
of stuff.
Yeah.
A ton of work to build out the capabilities in Slipspace. So it's, as Berger talked before, we have this really ambitious vision for what we want to do with Infinite. And we are working to make sure that the engine and the tool set is great for our creative team to iterate and really bring to life kind of the next generation of Halo experiences, or the next kind of major release for us with Infinite. So we're looking at how we can make that something that's great for our fans, bring the visual language together that we showed at E3, and then really drive what that looks like from a kind of how to bring things forward for Halo.
Cool.
So
like
I
we're-
accidentally started us into another match.
That's fine. Chris finished up right on time. We're just going to keep bobbing and weaving in
Christmas
and out
lights.
of conversations and gameplay. So we are jumping back in. Game number 3 of the Holiday Fiesta
A little CTF.
Social Stream Playdate. What do we get here? Super Fiesta CTF.
Yeah.
On
Was it
stasis,
speed? Was it speed CTF or just normal?
It's normal. It's normal.
We're back
Nice
to
game.
watching Uni's POV right now, I hear. So, John, no pressure. You guys
Get
are
that
1
flag,
and 1.
Burger. Get that flag. Nice.
I believe the score flag does not have to be home to score, right?
In speed, that's the case. I'm not sure about this one.
Okay. There's so many subtle variants here, which is awesome, but I've also lost track of what the rules are.
Dude, that guy is coming straight for me. Nice.
Gamer Triton says, when will we get more information about Halo Infinite?
Right now.
Well, I mean, we're
Yeah.
giving you information is a very vague term, so we will be giving some information, but I think the types of things you're looking for probably still a little ways off.
Do we have to go get our flag back?
Is it?
Is that what's going on?
It says flag away. Oh, maybe you can't score then. So you can.
Sword guy.
Trados.
Dude, the Prophet's Banes.
Do they have one?
I think they do. At least I didn't see that guy get me.
I don't know if our guy even tried capturing the flag, though. That's the thing. I don't know if... Because you're so used to... Like, that's how Halo 5's CTF has been.
Atomic Jorge is giving a shout out. No question, just wants to wish everyone a happy holiday.
Aw, happy holidays, everyone. It was really cool to be
I'm
able to come
returning it.
onto the
It's
stream
returned.
today
Score
at
it.
the end of the
Good play,
year,
Burger. And we got the cap.
and just
We got the cap.
talk to the
I
community.
got him.
Kind of after a really long year, kind of working through a lot of stuff. Great moment at E3, building out slip space so that can be an awesome game for fans, and it's good to just catch up and get to talk to the community one last time.
For sure, for this year.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah.
Sorry.
One last time.
Before the
Goodbye
end.
forever.
Before the end of the
You'll
year.
never see Chris again.
Oh, I hope that's not true.
I saw a question in the chat about the Limbitless partnership that we announced earlier this morning, which none of us, the 4 of us specifically, are not directly involved in that. That was actually spearheaded by a couple different folks around the studio, including some people on our franchise team. Tyler Jeffers, I believe, was kind of our key point person for that. But super cool program, and as far as I know, the Limbitless team reached out to us, which was a huge honor.
Yeah.
And it's a great fit, obviously, with the IP and with Chief and kind of some of the iconic armor elements that we already have. It feels like just a great marriage, and we could not be more excited to be a part of that program, and can't wait to see some of the first recipients of their new Mjolnir prosthetics. Very cool. What's going on here, guys? We're up 1-0.
We're up 1. We're about to move our second flag.
Burger's got some rockets.
Oh, they took our flag.
John's got like a
There's 2 in our
sniper
base
and
right
a
now.
shotgun.
There's
3.
John's getting
There's 2 now. Oh, hammer coming in.
peeling
There's
off
3 there, over
faces,
there.
I think is the term that,
Yeah,
that I
Hammer
hear
just
on
got me.
stream.
Crap.
There's still one on the flag.
Nice. Get the touch. Get the touch. Nice.
I got this.
So
return.
many questions just pouring through in the chat. I just can't possibly even acknowledge these fast enough.
Should be cap. Nice.
I got it.
That's the second one.
Have you guys started working on the story yet?
Yeah, we have. Of course, we're in the a important phase of the project, and so we work on the story. We work on prototyping gameplay. We work on building out the engine. Kind of a lot of aspects of the game development happens
And a lot
throughout
of
the
that
life
moves in
cycle.
parallel,
So, like,
right?
yeah, it happens throughout the entire time.
Interdependencies and kind of it's a complex relationship between all those different disciplines and buckets.
Yeah. So yeah, we've been working on a ton of stuff across the board. Oh crap!
Burger, I have seen some additional questions about the Slipspace engine. Just in general, is it carrying forward anything pre-existing from the prior games, or was it a complete from scratch rebuild?
Yeah, there's still some foundations. It wasn't a complete and total rebuild. It was a teardown of certain systems that didn't allow us to kind of scale out to the places that we wanted to be. But there's definitely still code and foundation that came from, but it's for an engineer who was on 5, but not on, and then they came and saw this, it would be a pretty foreign system, set of systems. So
Gotcha.
One of the things we do though is we like to take the existing kind of stuff that we've built for Halo 5, and we like to bring it online inside of Slipspace and all the new technology that we've built, so that we can ensure that we're kind of building things and that we aren't just starting over from scratch, where it's like, I think the fear that a lot of people have at times is that it's not going to feel anything like a Halo game, and we definitely want to make sure that's not the case. So we kind of bring stuff online, and we kind of iterate, and we make sure that our experiences kind of evolve and kind of work from that technology evolution versus kind of just starting completely off in some scratch place.
Gotcha.
What was like something that the team or engineers had like a bigger issue with that they really wanted to see fixed, and we took time to address specifically when overhauling everything? What's like one thing, if you guys can talk about it?
I think the biggest thing was just the efficiency of being able to work. And so from an pure engineering perspective, not content, it just was a slow engine to build, iterate in, and we did a lot of work to allow that to be a much faster process. Just, the more code that you can do and the more iterations you can get with the content team, the better. And so that was a big thing for us, is that we were pretty slow to turn around changes back and forth before we sort of got into this. And so that was one of the big things that we did, was to be able to turn changes around fast, get them to the content teams, iterate, and then get builds back to them. It's probably one of the biggest frustrating pieces that we've spent a lot of time working on.
So increasing speed of iteration quite a bit. Nice.
Yeah, a lot of iteration-focused things so that we can kind of really empower the team to make the much kind of bring that passionate energy and make better creative experiences for the fans. I think is a really important one that has been frustrating at times.
Well, especially, I mean, you've openly talked about in your blog in June that there will be a flighting component for this game, right? So this will be kind of the first Halo game in that regard. Like, you don't just mean like the beta like we had for Halo 5, for example. This is a flighting program where different layers of the community is going to be able to play this game during the course of development, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the important things for us, this project, is to build alongside our community and with our community providing input on the things that we're creating and iterating on. And so the flighting program, not like a beta where it's like a moment in time on Halo 5 where we had that launch for like a couple weeks. We want to have a relationship and kind of build that over time, where we have people coming in, giving us feedback, kind of playing the experiences, and we're updating it as we go and kind of having a loop there. I think the beta was great. I think at that time, a lot of our tech stack was really difficult to get those iterations in and out there with fans, and that's one of those kind of, as we improve the iteration for our team, we're also improving things that allow us to do that with the community and take more input along the way, which I think will be very good to make sure that we're building like a great experience.
For sure. And I know the next question is, when can we do all this? We don't have a date for flighting yet. Eventually, we will have a mechanism for people to opt in if you're interested in something like that. So that'll be kind of the first phase. Don't have a date for that quite yet either. But when that all is set up, then we'll look to Chris and Berger and team to decide when is the right time to start opening that flighting. And I imagine, similar to how we operated the MCC update, probably going to start small. And I could just sort of imagine that it would gradually grow over time. And then next thing you know, it's the real game.
Absolutely.
It's easy, right?
Yeah, exactly. It kind of does itself.
Berger's excited. We
just got SWAT.
We got the SWAT.
I was wondering what was going on.
So start off, I think you might need to switch to Berger's POV then, because he is a SWAT master.
I've brought it on.
You set yourself up for this.
No pressure.
No.
Now you must perform.
Yeah.
You got it.
Like a strong bronze,
Can we switch
like a
controllers?
high bronze.
Can we switch controllers so like
This is all you. This is all you.
I know you're not the biggest fan of SWAT. It's
I see a
don't
question.
mind
Will there
SWAT,
be more trailers? I'm going to assume at some point. Sure.
We're definitely going to show the game more at some point. Yeah.
I saw a question. Do we think that we'll do flighting on PC as well?
You know, I don't think we've really talked about like the specifics around that. I think we are releasing on PC.
Obviously, the game is being developed with PC in mind.
So we're releasing on PC. I think we'll probably start not on PC, but then get to PC over time. I think that's probably the way we're gonna look at that. We are working on building them both at the same time, but I think there's just some kind of familiarity that we have with console that we'd probably start there, just from a flighting perspective.
They're kind of just camping us in blue right in here. Oh, man.
Are they in?
We got to rotate out of blue, or else we'll be trapped there for a while.
Oh, this is. I totally forgot it's SWAT.
Yeah,
All right,
good.
we're
At least I
breaking out.
traded.
All right.
If that would. Let's see. Oh man, I can't believe that guy. How you doing, Burger? Nice shot.
Well, we're losing, so it doesn't really matter how I'm doing. I mean, it doesn't matter whoever looks good.
His beard is looking pretty good.
Come on, Burger. Step up.
I know. I need to do something here.
There you go. Someone just made some moves. 13 to 17.
He's about to come through to your left, Burger. You ready?
It's the 343 social stream holiday fiesta playdate. I believe we are 2-1 so far today, guys.
Nice.
Playing some
You didn't tell me the one of the red. I got the other
SWAT
one,
Super
though.
Fiesta
Just
right
saw
now.
him on your
Oh,
screen.
and now we're getting a little bit of team tension happening down here on the
There's
end.
never team tension.
Oh my.
It's not about if you win or
Myself.
lose, it's how cool you look. That was a famous quote.
Well, the enemy's halfway to.
Yeah, they're doing really well.
All right, I got double.
Where did he go? Oh, I lost him.
I'm trying to
Are
use
you gonna
this
come down here?
Whisper Truth, but man, am I bad with it. Nice shot, Chris. Or was that Burger? That was Burger. Nice shots, and Chris, nice shots. Good stuff. They might be spawning on snipe, so watch out.
Yeah, they are. Oh,
You guys brought it back. Tie game.
I just
Burger's leaning in. Look at
I'm leaning in.
serious.
I'm leaning in. My eyes are drying out.
He's also got the
I
largest
don't
TV.
think I've ever done
Yeah.
SWAT with the. Yeah, they're up there.
It's really hard to play on these little small side TVs, isn't it?
Yeah, they're up there.
Yeah, I keep looking
I
at
can't
the
even
wrong
see
TV.
your opponent over there. That guy
Yeah,
is just a little glimmer in the
You're
distance.
pretty far from the TV.
It's all right. We like to kind of build up a foundation of excuses here in our studio.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
It makes it a little easier.
Are we leading?
38. It's a close one.
I'm seeing quite a few questions rolling in about Vidox. Will there be some? I don't know if we have a definitive plan on that. I would certainly love to be able to expose more things like that. I was a big fan of the Sprint series myself for Halo 5.
Yeah, Sprint tournament champion, right here. Yeah.
I must have missed that episode.
What? Not that big of a fan of the Sprint then.
What's
yeah,
happened, guys? I turned away for a second and
now we're.
Oh,
now the game-
Burger.
I don't know how I missed that.
Oh, well fought
didn't
there
do
by
that
the red
either.
team. That takes the 3-4-3 team to 2-2 on the day.
I went 11-7.
You did?
It's very
All right, so you
equitable.
did your part.
Yeah.
It's playing nice in the community.
It's a team sport.
It's teams. I mean, we lost together.
Yeah,
That's true. It's true. So, Chris, at the highest level, as kind of the studio head that oversees all of Infinite, just from your perspective, I'm curious, since you can't give away a lot of intricate details, what's top of mind for you when you think about this project? What are some of your what's most important to you as you think about the vision and goals of what you and the team are trying to achieve?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of stuff that we're thinking about, but at the highest level, we want to make a game that is very inviting. We want to bring in the Halo community, and we want to look at ways that we can bring in more folks and make a great experience for everyone. I think that's a really big one for us kind of going forward. I think we want the game to be very personal. Like Halo is really an experience that people love different parts of Halo. Like some people love to play the campaign. Some people really love to go in competitive multiplayer. It's a very personal experience as a game. People really have specific things that they love about it, and some people love all of it. But we want that to continue for Halo, to kind of make sure there's like that relationship is there with the players. And I think we want to keep building off of the momentum from 5, where I think we did some things really well there. I think we're looking at some stuff like returning to Master Chief's story. We want to keep learning and getting better as a studio and making better games for players. So I'm really proud of the work we've done, but I think we can keep rolling. And so I think that's a really big theme for us.
Cool. Berger, over in your world, technical director, is there one or two kind of just top-level goals that's most important to you as you think about what your team is tasked with doing for Halo Infinite?
I think it's the continuation of getting the iteration story right, so that we can keep going to just make things more and more fun, right? I mean, the tighter the loop and the more time that design has with the game, the better it's going to be. And that, as Chris talked about flighting, that's going to be an important component out as well. React to all that feedback, react to the designer stuff. And so for me, it's continuing to just make that better. Because it's all about having fun playing a game, right?
Sure. John, you can go ahead and cue it back up if you want. Chris, I think you and I were discussing this earlier. There was, obviously we've had numerous milestones since E3 and today.
Yeah.
There was one in particular that I saw a photo of some people sitting in a room it was a pretty cool moment from a recent milestone. Do you remember what I'm referring to?
I do.
Berger does.
I know.
It was a big moment, right?
I know.
What was it?
Why don't you do it, Berger?
Well, you can do it. Do I know what it is? Was I in the video?
I think
you were in the room.
So. We were all in a giant auditorium.
This is going
and we
really
saw this,
well
and it was
right
a
now.
cool thing, and it was.
Our day of Olympus.
Oh boy, we're getting a little.
But I think.
Don't make me snap. Don't make me snap.
Wow.
Maybe
we're not on the same. Chris, why don't you take this?
I don't. Now I'm just like, yeah.
All right. Well,
there were multiple people.
I think there were 4 people involved.
Oh, I know exactly what we're talking about.
That's what I thought you were going.
Yeah,
you went to auditorium.
Hold that thought.
The game is starting.
If only we were playing in split screen.
What?
What?
That's what I was trying to
get
get
what you're talking about?
Yes.
No, well, you confused me.
I was trying to let Berger talk about it. Yeah,
then you were going to say something
then we've
else
gone
that
like
no one
completely
knows.
off the
As soon as
reservation.
you're like, I don't know. If we're all on the same page, it's like
It's like now we're not on the same page.
Don't say
for
anything
sure.
if you're not sure.
But we did see a video, and I think there was a really cool moment when Halo Infinite was up and running, and we had 4 people on the team playing on one TV, correct?
Confirmed. We have split screen working.
Split screen. Yep.
We made a promise to the community that we would have it in our kind of next game that we made, and it's working. We can play on it. It's a huge accomplishment for the team this year. That Berger helped drive, which is kind of why we were trying to tee it up for him. We need to find
the
a
opportunity. Was
He
there.
knew it. I think we scared him.
We need to find like
He thought it was a trap.
an easier tee.
All right, well, that's resonating pretty good in the chat, so we'll still let Berger take credit for that.
Can you let me take credit for us being down 12-4?
This is
yeah. I think yeah.
I need to stop asking you guys serious
completely
questions
distracted.
when the match starts. Let's get in this, guys. Focus.
Loving that.
Uni, you're only 2-2.
Bro, I'm doing my best right now.
The explosive Super Fiesta.
If you're doing the
Yeah,
best,
so only explosions, fuel rods, grenade launchers, plasma rifles. That guy killed himself. Rocket launchers.
don't forget the Hydra.
I think hydras and stuff. I might have already said hydras, but I'm in the middle of a fight.
Berger, what did you think about my feature request that anyone that has the 343 emblem should automatically only get the mythic variants in Fiesta rolls?
Yeah.
Can we do that still? Can we hot fix that in?
We could. I don't think that would be the best thing.
What?
Why would best use of resources?
Why would we not want to have all the mythic weapons for people with 343 badges?
Look, as someone that used to have Recon Flames back in the day, it's a very worthwhile investment to give just the team something that the community doesn't have.
I haven't got
jokes.
I've just been
I'm just like, okay, yeah, we should do it then. Sketch, whatever you say goes.
Oh, all right. How about we just let the Mixer chat and myself, we'll just spec this thing out right now. All right, it's okay. 343 employees and everyone in this chat right now. We
Oh,
only,
yeah, let's bring 'em
only
in.
we
It's
get the
just
special
us.
Fiesta toggle. All
Just
Mythic
the
all day.
most special people in 343.
Don't tell anyone else though. It's just
The
it's
chat
just
members
it's
and
just for the
us.
Mixer chat. I swear I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I must have some flag on my account that says only spawn default vanilla versions of like Needlers and plasma pistols. That's it.
That's yeah.
That's
I,
my that's
I
my
get
Fiesta
the
experience.
AR a shocking amount in Super Fiesta.
Well, we did that on purpose.
I may have just jumped off the map.
We're getting you guys are getting run out of town here. 27 to 18.
I haven't killed a single. Oh, there we go. I was just laughing so much about Burger kind of missing the
his softball tee up.
Yeah,
to,
his
to have a
his
moment.
thing, his moment. It was too good.
I was confused about losing a SWAT.
And then you almost had to shut the whole stream down because you started going into weird places. It was so good.
And we still have maybe roughly an hour to go. So who
Oh,
knows? what's
man.
not quite, about 45 minutes, but plenty of time for Burger to run the
I
stream.
killed myself with the rocket launcher.
Too bad we weren't on your POV for that.
But I killed somebody else with it, too.
All right, well, it's a trade. Then you're down 10. You know, trading's not the best.
Whoa.
I mean, you guys probably are. John probably has pulled you into a little bit of a different skill matching scenario than what you're normally accustomed to, right? I don't like playing. Like when I used to have to play with Bravo in uni, they constantly just pull me into these terrible situations and have to carry me, and then they yell at me the whole time. It's like, what am I supposed to do? I don't belong.
Wow, where the heck? What just happened?
I like this question from Smallest Pond 888. What have you learned from past Halo development?
Oh, what have we learned? Oh, so much. So many things.
Well, I've learned that the community is like everyone likes the same thing. There's just one solution fits all for everyone. It's amazing. They all share the same opinion. You can do no wrong. That's what I've learned. I don't know about you guys.
Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to get any kills this game.
Well,
I'm just laughing.
Well, what is something that you've learned? You talked a lot about just the need to be able to iterate and respond, which is clearly something that you guys are investing in with Slipspace for the future. But looking back on both of your tenures here, anything else that stands out as a lesson learned that you will look to carry forward?
Trying to think while also getting shot.
Getting destroyed.
Yeah, it's not going
well. I
well.
mean, just kind of going with our last conversation. Definitely have split screen in early.
Yeah, that's.
How about that one?
Yeah.
You
heard wait, yeah.
Learned, like, you know,
I
so
can't believe
World
we just
reveal.
talked about
We missed the
split
end of the
screen.
game, but it looks like
we
quite
won.
Go too
No, we
well.
did.
Oh, we did.
No,
we
didn't.
I missed the
We
end.
didn't win.
Okay. Well, the scoreboard is up there,
Close.
so we did see
It
Close
was
game.
a bit of a yikes game
Yeah,
for
almost
us here.
Almost staked on that one.
So another thing that Dan kind of teased last week that got a lot of traction across our core community was he showed off a little bit more of the designs that have gone into Master Chief as it related to the trailer.
Yeah.
And then none other than Sparth himself weighs in on Twitter and says if you liked the Chief at E3, you're going to love what we have in store for Infinite. And then I think Dan even said it's the most awesome Chief he's seen in any of the games.
Yeah.
It's sick.
Is it? You've seen
sick.
it? Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
I sent you the link.
I
sent
Come
you the
on.
link.
You guys are holding out on me. It's
What?
good, though, right? You like the Chief?
Yeah.
It's good stuff?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Chief is looks great. Like I'm really proud of the kind of the full Chief. I mean, everyone saw his helmet.
Yeah. Which we've been told it's been minorly tweaked a little bit since
Yeah.
the E3 version, but for the better is what I'm told.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's kind of same visual language, kind of bringing that kind of new aesthetic that we have for Infinite, and kind of just seeing him like the whole Chief, and it's really special.
Awesome.
I'm really proud of the work the team did, and love that Sparth got out there on the social media.
So I feel the same way as the chat. Everyone's like, "What a tease! Send me the link. You have to show us now." I haven't seen it either, so I guess that's my fault though. But
Someone's worried about Chief's feet.
we haven't shown his feet. I don't think he
know.
has feet.
Of all the
What?
things you
You're
need
not
to worry
supposed to-
about,
Spoiler.
why feet? You know.
Yeah, show us gamer boy feet.
You
Oh,
know,
I don't
something that I've
I
seen.
don't even know what that looks like.
There is
I
something
don't know
else
if I
that we
want to know
could
what that
touch on
yeah.
too that it comes up a lot, right? Is just the whole notion of player customization and player progression. And I know we can't go super deep into it, but I think by a lot of fans' account, they kind of hold Halo Reach as kind of the pinnacle of player customization in the Halo universe. What would you, Chris, have to say to those folks as they look forward to Halo Infinite?
So I would say that those fans are going to be really excited when they get to learn more about our Halo Infinite customization. I agree that Reach did a really great job there.
Good stuff. Okay.
I think
Burger's
that's
nodding.
all.
Yeah.
I think that's all.
Burger's nodding in
that's all
approval.
Just to make sure I don't go off the deep end, I'll just nod.
Just nod.
Just nod.
It's a safe play.
I know.
It is the
It's a
safest
safe
play.
play.
You can make.
Well, one thing that I was talking to Chris about as we were walking down here, just kind of saying, you know what? I know we're going to have lots of cool stuff. You can customize your Spartan. Player expression is going to be an important part of the game.
Yep.
I always thought it would be super cool that if you're someone like Uni who has put in so much time and you maxed out Halo 5 and you hit Spartan rank 152, you should probably have a little something special waiting for you in Infinite.
I'd be all for it.
Or I also recommended we up the level cap to like 254. And
that's not a bad idea.
Not ideal.
But Chris, I know we can't reveal specifics, but can we throw a bone to our most hardest core Halo 5 players? If people hit that tier, can we at least do something for them?
If you make Spartan rank 152 in Halo 5, we will do something for you in Infinite.
Okay. That is actually a new reveal. That's new information. Wasn't even confirmed prior to this stream, but Chris calls the shots. So there you have it. It is now a thing.
Yeah.
I will hold you to that with my 152.
Can I make an exception for one of the members of that?
Sure.
No, of course. You can have it too, Uni.
People in the chat, somebody suggested that the max level should be raised to 343.
Ooh, that's not bad. I like it. I don't know that
we are
can.
doing that. We're back to playing Super Fiesta Joust again, which I think we did okay in the last time.
Got him.
I think we're 1-2, lost 3
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh. Yeah, I'm doing awesome.
We're doing a little bit better this time.
I'm doing.
It's not easy playing in this situation.
Trying to talk and play
Right?
has its unique challenges. Brain does. Oh no.
This is definitely the game type to watch Uni screen.
High cognitive load. Yeah, it is. It's Roby 1 Kenobi. It is a very high cognitive load. Oh.
Wow.
What is happening?
I got
over
him.
there, Burger?
I got him.
That was awesome. What are you talking about?
I just
Lots
see
of-
the wiggle.
Lots of
Oh my God, I
what a whiff right there.
Just
You got him.
Oh, double whiff by Burger. Off camera, off stream.
Oh, whew. See, so it never happened.
No, the kill feed doesn't lie. 23-16, Team 343.
Whoa.
Trying to pull out of this tailspin
Did you just
here.
launch me with that shot?
I don't know if that launched you,
I'm-
but I definitely shot at you.
I'm adding a lot to the
It
16.
bumped me up. That was cool.
Oh my gosh.
Come here, dude.
Oh, come on.
I don't often use the sword. Oh my god. I don't often use the sword in this. I like using the railgun. Got him.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the railgun.
Wow. Somebody in the stream says you guys still play better than Grim.
Ooh.
Ouch.
They said they're worse than Grim?
No, they said that they still play better than Grim.
Oh, okay. I was going to say the other way.
Yeah. Oh, man, I charged up that railgun shot for so long. Does not feel fair.
Any
Camo.
advice for level design graduates to get their foot in the door?
Oh.
Neither one of you guys are level designers, but you've worked with them for
Yeah.
many years.
Yeah, there's a Bane.
I think, one thing that you can do, I don't know it's the best advice, but one thing that I would suggest is we hire people from the communities. We've hired some forgers like Randy and Blaze, and
Dana is on test team now.
Yeah.
Yep.
In-house, there's Nick Bird. who sits over
Yeah.
by you. There's 4 different,
Cliff
at
and-
least Cliff
and
so-
Tyler.
and Tyler. So we've got
Yeah.
like 6 different forgers.
Yeah. So I mean,
Forge is a really good kind of way to like just make stuff as a level designer, I assume, right? It seems like a really great tool just to kind of flesh out your portfolio and explore concepts quickly. Maybe.
Yeah, I think all the principles of level design, making good kind of map flow and something that's good for the game that you're building, you can do with Forge. I also think that find a game that you love and you're passionate about, and then mods are big ways that I think we see people getting in at different times, and then just you have to work your way into the industry. One of the things that I did to get into the industry was I took a test position when I wanted to become an engineer, and then I did testing for a while and did automated kind of procedural testing, test enablement tools to kind of get my start. And I think sometimes you can't take a straight line into the industry because it depends on what opportunities are afforded to you. And so you just have to, if you're passionate about it, find a way to get in.
And I'd just like to give a shout out to all testers everywhere, kind of the unsung heroes that seldom really get a moment in the spotlight, but no good game would be good without the work of a solid QA team behind the scenes.
100%. Like I really am think very fondly of my time when I was in test, and I learned so much about the games and the development process, and I am a much better developer having had that opportunity to do that. And I think it's so awesome when folks have that background because it teaches you to care a lot about the game and players and the types of empathy you need for that.
47. Watch out.
Oh no.
We are tight.
Nice.
48-49, guys. Don't die. Don't die. Oh, no, your teammate
Nuts.
couldn't hear you.
It wasn't me.
Comms.
It wasn't me. I was hiding.
It was the other guy.
I was hiding after that was the worst game of the last year. I
We
think.
started off good. I feel like I should stop asking all
Don't bring up
questions.
the scoreboard.
I won't anymore.
Remember, we lose as a team.
We do.
Yeah.
Berger, I've seen a couple questions come up. I don't know how much you could speak to this, but like, does it change how you and the team think about development of Halo Infinite, knowing that you're looking at console and PC? It's different for the series.
Yeah, I mean, we take the PC as a full first-class citizen, and so PC audience expect different things than a more curated console experience, and so it definitely goes into our philosophy of making sure that we can allow the scalability and things of the different hardware of PC, and so it's just something that we have to think about as we're building.
And obviously, like, you knew all that during the development of the Slipspace just engine and tool sets and all of that. So I guess that maybe was another reason why some of our old tools and systems were going to be harder to
Yeah, it
achieve
certainly
that.
helped us be able to build the scalability to support the PC in the way that we want to.
Anything for esports, I see. Well, I mean, I think it's safe to say that, as you were talking about, it's really important to us to be able to appeal to different audiences and kind of deliver the Halo experiences that they like. We know competitive is a piece of Halo.
Yeah.
It's not the only Halo, but there's a passionate base there that loves to play competitive Halo, just like people love to play campaign. It is something that is top of mind for us, thinking about the future. I think this year Halo 5 HCS program was awesome. We had some really fantastic events. So I think to speak for that team, they've also learned a lot, and I think it's going to be exciting to think about how we apply that in the future. But one thing that we have talked about, Chris, is when we talk about flighting and sort of a broader scope, we also have other ways that we're going to look to tap into the community to help us make sure that we're checking off the right boxes as it relates to specific audiences. And the competitive is no different, right?
Yeah.
And are you able to elaborate on, like, I'm not sure we have what, maybe one actual pro that works in this building still.
Dursk is here.
But it's safe to say that, like, that isn't really inherent skill set that the 343 team itself is known for. Like, we don't have hundreds of hours of professional play. I'm sorry, your late night SWAT meet isn't quite.
He's got his
safe.
48 kill game. He's got his 48 kill game.
But I guess what I'm getting at is I think some people probably know that for Halo 5 there was this group called the Pro Team that we brought. You guys picked and brought in a bunch of different people from across the community that had a made their living and had a whole life devoted to competitive Halo.
Yeah.
Something safe to say that you're looking at doing something similar for Infinite?
Yeah, we're definitely going to build a pro team for Infinite, and we're actually in the process of doing so. And so when you're playing at the highest level, there's just the game is just played in a way that you really need that perspective and that level of skill to be able to kind of make the right game for that. And so it's one of the things that I really love that we did with 5 to really help with the competitive aspect of the game. And you know, I do want to make sure folks know that we're not exclusively building a game just for the highest level of competition, because there are very few people in that group. But we do want it to be great for them, and we want it to be great for people that play, you know, our competitive multiplayer, but that kind of want to earn their way up to that, or kind of just want to stay and just play for fun along the way. Like, all those players are welcome, and we're designing for a system that can support everyone. So
Sweet. And I'm sure news will start to get out around that eventually. I think we hopefully will have a pro team assembling in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think there's obviously tons of playtests internally over all different levels of skills, but like you say, I don't think anyone here claims to really be able to represent that upper echelon.
No. Yeah.
Though we are having our annual studio tournament kicking off after the break, so that'll be a fun topic to revisit later. Feeling pretty good about my team in the ODST bracket.
Nice. That's where I am.
There once was a day where I probably would have found myself in the Spartan tier, but I'm okay actually being in the ODSTs.
This is my first time in ODST, and I didn't play my placement matches, so
I didn't either.
should not be an ODST. That's not right to the ODSTs.
But the Spartan bracket is I feel like it's really diverse. It's like a huge spectrum. There's people like you and people that I would certainly put in the upper tiers of the studio, but then I don't know. Seems like a little bit of a gray area at the bottom of Spartan and the top of ODST. But I'm actually fine being in the bracket that I'm in, and pretty excited about my team. We also got a sick logo, and we got some fun stuff.
You have a logo?
Oh, we sure do. That's what happens when you get an artist on your team.
I've seen the logo.
So for the folks on the stream, we James Bachich, who runs our playtest labs. He kicked this off last year, I guess, was maybe the first time. It was my first time.
We've run the studio
right?
tournament for years, 8 years.
I saw it on the Sprint. That was the first time I ever heard of it. Were we doing it before that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, basically, the entire studio is encouraged to sign up, throw their names into a hat, and then they work closely with Josh Mankey and team to pull real-life MMRs and sort of try to skill stack rank everyone in the studio into 3 different buckets. We have Marines, ODSTs, and then Spartans. And then we have a selection process where teams are randomly formed within those buckets. And then at some point next year, we will commence the competition. It's fun. It's sweaty. It's usually the winners get to gloat for at least a year. There's a lot on the line, a lot of pride.
One of the winners was so excited last year that they broke their trophy instantly. The Spartan fell right off of it.
My.
Yeah.
Can we stream the studio tournament? I'm going to guess not.
Oh, interesting.
But it would be cool to have some footage of it to be able to release at a later date.
That
The question in
would
the chat was, just to
rad.
clarify, the tournament will be taking place on a Halo Infinite build. So
Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I think I just blasted myself and him.
Come on.
Him and myself.
Let's go. 30
Guys
to
are falling
37.
behind
It's, not,
again
it's
here.
not feeling like this is win number 3 right now. We gotta
we gotta
pick it up
turn
a
this
notch.
around.
Started off
Don't push
really
around
good,
corners.
guys,
Just
and-
wait for them to push around our corners.
Whoa.
That's-
I mean, to be fair, that first game or two, I didn't really ask any questions, and every game since, we've just kind of let the Q&A bleed into your match.
I agree, it's your fault.
It really is. I'm willing to take that for you. If you were at your gaming chair, I'm sure you would just be crushing right now.
What does your gaming chair look like, Burger?
Huh.
Is it like
It's
At
my
your place?
It's my floor.
Is it like a shag carpet gaming chair to match
yeah,
your
'cause
beard?
it really is my
Just
floor.
like on top of a lawn chair.
It's like literally your floor. You sit on the floor. It doesn't feel good for your back.
Oh my. Just
Someone says their gaming chair is an IKEA rocking chair.
Oh, that's not bad.
Nice.
Trying to help you out, Burger. Gotcha.
That was good.
I have a couch.
I'm pretty sure I've already revealed this on Reddit. No one slapped me for it, but believe it or not, one of the largest questions that I see since I've joined the studio is something that might seem trivial and mundane, but black undersuits are extremely important to our core community.
Oh.
Well, we came back and tied this, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're winning
And
now.
now it's 48-47. We're 2 kills from the win here. Let's hold the thought on black undersuits because I would like to get you to weigh in on that. But yes,
Overkill extern, baby.
Nice
Let's
job,
go.
guys. Way to pull that out. So is that a yes for black undersuits confirmed? As far as I know, it is. I think I already confirmed it a long time ago.
I thought we had already said it.
I said it.
Okay.
But I don't know if I ever got anyone to totally say that.
Well,
was
if
the
you
case,
said
but
it.
I've seen them, so it must be true. That's how we roll.
That's the thing.
It really,
Nice.
I mean, I don't know if you, I don't know, I'm not joking. I'm not sure if you've seen the level of discourse and feedback that has occurred just over the color of the undersuit.
Oh, the black
No.
undersuit is actually one of the most hotly debated topics.
It is.
Like
In the community.
versus like the colored undersuit that we're
Yes.
seeing right here.
They want
Yes.
a
They want this whole
legitimate,
tech suit
real
to
black.
be completely black. I'm getting in front of the camera, but
Oh, yeah.
the entire anything that is not that metal armor.
So like
outer
like
piece.
in the Spartan, like their upper shoulder is like blue on this one.
Yes,
so like we
yeah,
want that
up
to be-
here.
Well, and I don't want anyone to think that John and I aren't doing our jobs. This feedback has been relayed many times. So it
I'm
might-
not the right person to give it to.
We don't go to the
begin
director
with.
of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
project, the studio head for Halo Infinite, and talk to him about the black undersuits. But trust me, Sparth and the people that are in a position to make those changes, they've heard it loud and clear.
They're black. The undersuits are black.
Okay.
I just leave you guys hanging for a little while.
Did you notice that Chris went 3 and 10 in that game?
Dude, we
Chris
win
went 3
and
and 10.
lose as a team.
Yeah.
We won it as a
Like,
team.
he didn't even start moving until like a few minutes into the
Yeah.
match
That's
because he
true.
was
He
deep
was
into a
answering Pro
discussion.
Team
So
question.
he kind of
Yeah.
was. We were talking about Pro
beginning.
Team. You're right.
a serious matter.
Yeah. At least Sketch is distracting me or Chris and not you. Because if he was distracting you, it would be just it would be
Then
bad.
it would be bad.
It would be bad.
It's also safer for me to just, like you said, nod your head. Like if Chris says yes on something being in the game, it's like it's a thing that's gonna be.
That's
a thing.
actually what I do in most of our meetings too. I just nod my head.
Just nod your head.
Yeah.
All right, it seems to work.
Yeah.
Now here you are on stream in the spotlight.
And probably never again.
I don't know. I still think #BurgerBeard is trending right now on Twitter, and I believe you're the guy that saved split screen. So I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's Burger 2020. Gonna run for office.
I like
Nice.
You gotta just momentum here. You got a springboard.
The big M.
If Berger becomes the president, he's not allowed to be on the game team anymore. He'll be too busy.
What do we got? Back to another game of Super Fiesta Melee.
On regret.
On regret. Okay. Let's get medieval, it says.
On snowy regret.
I think we lost this one last time pretty
We did.
close, right?
We did. It was like a 50 to
On
49.
the wrong TV again.
And I
It's
think it might
so
have come down to
distracting.
a 50 to 49. Sorry, it was a hammer sword finale clash at the end, if I'm not mistaken.
Ouch.
How long is this stream going? You know, Kingley, I don't know. I kind of feel like we're starting to fade, if I'm being honest here. I think we're starting to run out of conversation topics.
I
But
tried to say
generally, we go till
Did I-
about 3 o'clock. So I'd say about another 20 minutes or so.
We could talk about Berger's presidential platform, Halo for All.
I would like to see you guys at least get another win or two before
Sword on my
before we
Okay.
sign
That's
off.
fine. If anyone sees
Then
it.
we're gonna get trapped
Yeah, it's right in
on
front of you,
stream
Chris.
forever. There's no more winning. Uni, please let us. No, I'm just kidding.
Is there a
I
place
like
for
being
me to
constructive
hide?
with the
Does
community.
Burger like burgers? Is the question that I just saw in our Mixer chat.
That is
Yeah.
an
That's a
excellent
good question.
to ask.
I don't know how they'd get in there through the beard, but
No, it's the best because then there's sometimes a little bit for later.
Yeah, the saving it for later is one of the biggest pros I could see for growing out a beard.
Yeah.
I'm like doing
But yeah,
a,
when you have kids, it's pizza and burgers.
oh my.
Smoosh.
I see a request for. Can we please switch to Chris's POV?
Oh no.
Sure.
Who's requesting
we
that?
want to give the fans what they want, Chris.
Oh no.
One shot on my X.
All right, we're now watching. Chris
Right
Lee.
there.
Super Fiesta Melee here in the Holiday Fiesta playlist.
I think we're winning because Uni has 15 kills.
We are winning. It's 20-16 right now. Team 343.
Yep.
John doing work. It's really hard for me not to just watch Burgers TV in the middle because
It's so big.
It's 3
He's got-
times the size of
he's
the
got
two
such
sides.
a big TV.
I find myself looking at it after I respawn or I die. I'm
just-
like about to respawn. I'm looking at the wrong TV.
I just got 2 kills. That's good.
John just assumed that Burger would would
Uh-oh.
have the worst
Ninja.
eyesight and need the largest screen.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the Prophet Spain.
I do now.
Nice.
Oh no! Don't go up there. What? Don't go up there. Come down here.
You want me to bring people down towards you?
Look at this
I
tactic
have
right
the
here.
apple.
Burger with the
Nice.
Prophet's Bane. He's creeping.
Hardcore creeping right there.
We're watching the Chris feed though on stream right now with the
Oh,
hammer.
how did that miss? No.
Oh, Chris is dead. Yeah, let's cut over to Burger real quick, Michael. He's got the Prophet's Bane. He's trying to get in a situation here, looking to do something.
Are you
He's
casting right
doing
now?
a lot of creeping. No,
I
I
died.
cannot. I'm not a
Oh,
caster.
sneaking.
Oh, come on. Come up here.
Oh,
Come up here.
he's right at you.
Oh, nice. Just in
Uh-oh,
time
more.
for that. Uh-oh, Burger. The cover's been
can't stay
blown.
alive?
Back off. Back off.
Yeah!
Oh, nice.
Oh, I'm out of ammo.
There's a third one to your right or your left now. You got him.
No, I don't. I didn't.
Oh, it was a good
try,
run.
Good try.
I'm used to the sword at the
good
land.
kills.
You know.
You guys are up by 7. This is one of your best situations you've been in yet.
It's a grinder here.
John's heating up.
Oh my god! I gotta stop lunging into the hammer.
Can't say I've ever done that before. Was going up the grav lift and then use the grinder, which has the gravity well on it. Nice. Good wombo combo there. 46-38. We definitely redeemed ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
I feel like
just did
Minky
that.
has been in the background, like, you know what? I need to help these guys out a little
He's
bit.
just
them get a
turning
couple
knobs
wins.
behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
He might be.
Oh, Prophet's Bane.
Oh, get him, teammate.
Nice job. There you go.
Closed
They're
it out.
back. Unishack.
Let's go.
19-7. Pretty solid there, John. Guys,
The
what do you
last two
say?
games were pretty
Maybe
good.
got time for maybe one more game? You think?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. At least one. If you win, maybe we'll call it. If you don't, maybe one more. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're
Looking
playing
through
until we
the
get another
chat.
slot.
Postums in chat.
Postums is in chat. He's just he's doing a little play-by-play recap. Split screen confirmed. Burger's beard is epic. He's just kind of like, if you're just joining us, Postums is kind of just giving us a play-by-play here. I've seen this question come up a lot of just like, what is like today, right now, and this might be a hard question to answer. What's the biggest challenge facing you with Halo Infinite's development? That's a lot to
asking-
That's
are
a
you
lot
asking
to
Burger?
unpack.
It
I
looked like
feel
you're-
it. Let's ask Burger first.
I tried to back us out. We got you.
Jeez, I got. Oh, did you back us out? I got. This.
tried.
That's a.
It's a lot to
Biggest
unpack.
challenge.
Well, I mean, you guys are still you're actively iterating on an entire new technical foundation and tool set while the game's being built
Yeah.
at the same time. That has to be challenging.
That's a
Yeah,
big
and
one.
it's nice that we are starting to stabilize the foundation that we're working on now, and so a lot of things are now hopefully going to be moving even faster for us, and so it's really, I think it's just bringing everything together, right? Just making sure that we can look at Sparth's ideas, look at Tim's ideas, and make sure that we deliver on what they're targeting for us, and then work that through flighting, and right, and it's a lot of expectations, and it's I'm already having fun playing, so.
Well, that's awesome.
You know, and as you talk about the tournament, that's going to be awesome too, right? And so the whole studio is going to play, and it's nice.
Cool. Chris, anything different to add while we're waiting to load in here?
Nothing that I think will not have you snapping.
Okay. Fair enough. Appreciate that. Thank you for self-policing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would not have self-policed.
I want a Halo Infinite
I want a Halo
shirt or
Infinite
hoodie.
shirt or hoodie. That would be. We should give the
shirt,
people what
yeah.
they want. Look at that.
Yeah. We've got shirts. Nice.
Yeah, I got my hoodie.
And the hoodie. Yeah, we just got the hoodies last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, we do need to get some sweet Infinite merch out into the hands of the Halo community, huh?
Yeah.
We
I
need to
think
talk to Halo Gear and James and crew about
Get
that,
James
right?
back in here. Ask him why.
Yeah, start tweeting at Halo Gear. Let them know you demand Halo Infinite merchandise.
I didn't get the memo to wear the T-shirt too.
I mean,
So
I don't think Brian's wearing it. You had
No,
the
no.
Boba
Oh,
Fett.
okay. 'Cause I wore my
I
favorite. I
knew-
wore my favorite Batman shirt.
I knew there would
gotta-
be some combination of
I
that hoodie and that shirt being worn.
I
I'm just trying to
almost
mix it
brought
up.
the green just in case.
Oh,
I
yeah.
almost wore the green
Oh,
today.
the green.
And I was like, someone's gonna wear either the blue or green, and I just had to.
Yeah.
And
deal
Chris's Xbox hoodie. This thing's kind
Oh.
of
Yeah,
old
I
school.
love-
Is this
Oh.
the Xbox Live?
Yeah, this is my Xbox Live hoodie that I got from the live team.
Quite rare.
The
Yeah.
back is super cool, right?
Yeah,
I
the
don't know
back
if you
is
can show
awesome.
the back
It's
off at all.
hopefully this headset.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Different colors and stuff.
Yeah, love it.
You sitting there giggling.
Lots of questions about release
just
date and
jealous.
when will we hear
It's a dope
more
hoodie.
and when can you tell us more. I don't think any of those things are anything we're willing to commit to today, but generally the answer is we can't wait to tell you more when the time is right.
Yeah.
The game will be done when it's done.
Yep.
All those things apply.
For sure.
What do we got here?
We got
guys?
SWAT.
Oh, we're
We got
back to
SWAT.
SWAT.
We gotta get our name
All
back
right,
here.
this
yeah.
might be our
Dice
final.
Fair
Not if we lose though.
This could be our final
We can't
match
lose,
of
though.
the stream, and of 2018, for that matter.
SWAT. Wow.
I could miss.
The final match of 2018.
Well, for
We're shutting it
in,
down
in
after
terms
this,
of a
like,
3 for
turn off
3.
the
Yeah, we're
server.
turning
Like,
off Halo
everything's
5.
done.
No, this
We're
is
gonna
it's our
shut
last
her down.
official play date that we'll be able to orchestrate in terms of giving out skins.
Nice shot.
I think
There's
we're
one
watching
somewhere,
Burger's
I think, above
POV
him.
right now. He's self-proclaimed SWAT expert here at 343.
Isn't everyone one in SWAT,
Oh.
Genie?
Sorry, did I call someone out as one shot?
I thought you said there's. Yeah, he's
Oh,
one.
I
up.
said one up there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I thought
see,
the same
dude.
thing, Chris.
Sorry.
Oh, you're good. I have most certainly called people out as one shot before in SWAT. It happens way too often, actually. It's something
I
wrong.
see some folks in chat.
I'm
Maybe they
shooting
missed
well
it
right now.
earlier. I see people asking about the MCC update. I did touch on
We
that
should be on the
earlier.
other side now.
Long story short, we actually had to hit pause on that update. We had hoped to release it today, but unfortunately, a late-breaking issue arose that we did not feel was a good experience for players. So that means the update is delayed. Realistically, we don't have a date yet, but it would have to be sometime after the UGC Halo Classic, which is the second week of January. So I guess would be kind of mid to late January. But once the team comes back from holidays,
Oh my God! How did I miss that?
they will dive in and figure out the quickest way to bring that content and the update to everyone. So stay tuned here on Halo Waypoint. We'll keep you posted. And meanwhile, we are 21-8, guys. Dominant performance. Burger is finally warmed up.
Maybe.
I just
Oh,
realized
good
I
call
don't
from
think there's-
Postums there in chat. MCC did get a minor playlist update today. I think there was 3 or 4 different variant adjustments that were based on player feedback, and you can find those notes in the MCC forum over at halowaypoint.com.
Oh my goodness.
Uni is just
Yeah,
wrecking.
you are just
oh my,
wrecking.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
All right, Uni is doing dirty things, apparently. We're switching over to the Uni POV.
Yeah,
Oh,
on stream.
Killionaire!
Uni with the Killionaire.
Let's go, baby.
Wow. John, I got you.
Thank you. Burger? Thank you.
Well, I don't want to take my hand off my controller.
Remember, Burger, you win together.
I know. I want to keep winning. I don't want my hand off the control. Here, there you go.
Thank you. Oh, I ran out of pistol or BR ammo, so I had to swap mid and air.
Nice Killionaire Uni. Stream chat just blew up.
Yeah, Uni is wrecking. I've got a spree going, which is almost as good as a Killionaire, I think.
It's not bad.
Come on. Uh-oh. These presents in the map.
Go
Can't
over.
even
You
see.
can go over and open them.
Oh, you can?
No, not really. Just kidding.
No, of course you can't.
Oh, you guys are playing lopsided teams. I didn't even realize that. 50
Oh,
to 17. That was
32 to 2?
Let's
Nice,
go,
that was-
baby.
That was so fast. You guys want to just do one more,
what
or you want to
happened?
I
go
can
out
do
on
one
that
more.
note? We'd like to maybe try and get one more. What do you guys think?
I can.
32
Or do you
kills.
want to just go out? John just put up a 32 and 2.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Wow. I don't know what Minky was doing before, but he stopped doing
He
it. He's
stopped
Why
doing
don't
it.
you ever play SWAT with me?
We could.
Why do you want to
We
get
certainly
backpacked up into like the upper echelon where you can't hang?
I'm already well into the diamonds. Like I can go
Oh
with him
my
into the
gosh.
Onyx and
He's
champion.
comes on
Hey,
the
remember
stream,
the picture
starts
I had from
dropping.
today? I outperformed the champions on my team earlier today. Yeah.
Okay.
In
Where
my
do
We
you-
gotta
in my
find
fo-
those
in-
champions
in my-
and see why their CSR is
Yeah,
inflated.
in my
John's
48 kill
rematching,
game.
so it looks like there will be one
Oh.
final match.
We
That's
can.
fine.
I'll hold us back, and we can answer a question if we got any.
well,
do
most
we have
of the
any on
questions.
your list or anything?
No, I mean we've been meandering around that. A lot of the questions I'm seeing are not necessarily things that are in scope for today.
How long is Holiday Fiesta up for? You know, I'm not. I don't remember when that comes down.
I don't know if we've announced an end date, but I'd say definitely play this year. But we might leave it around if it's popular. Like we tend to leave things around the more popular they are.
Yeah, vote with your playtime, right?
Yeah, vote with your playtime.
And in case you don't know, we also right now have double XP in every playlist going on.
Every
right?
playlist.
So your journey to 152 is a little bit easier for the next couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Get out there, take advantage of that. Can we get more customization in H5?
Oh, look what we got
Oh,
again.
another SWAT.
All right,
It
guys.
was meant to be.
This
Wow.
one has to be for the marbles. Yes, Tom French is still the multiplayer director for Halo Infinite. I just saw that question scroll off. At some point in 2019, I'm positive we will have Tom French back on the stream, so we'll make that happen. When is the next stream? I don't know.
Sometime next year.
Yeah, definitely will not be. This is the last stream for 2018. For the most part, we are winding things down here at the studio. It's time to go off, enjoy the holidays with family, friends, play some games, unwind. Got a lot of work to do in 2019. Right, Chris? I'm
A
sure you
lot
don't
of
spend
work
any
to
time
do.
thinking about that,
A
though.
lot of work to do in 2019. It's going to be a big year. It's going to be a big year for us. We've got a lot of work to do, and I think the team's getting a break, and we're going to come back and we're going to make Infinite
Yeah,
Someone
team-
says stay motivated.
awesome.
Team
as
is
it
Stay
is.
motivated. That's
team
right.
Is, team is definitely motivated. They're just taking a break.
Yep.
Exciting stuff happening for the end of the our end year for milestones and stuff. So
Somebody was asking about could we add more emblems or skins or content to Halo 5, and we touched on this in the past, but it's not really something right now that's realistic or in scope.
Yeah.
I think not only for the fact that the entire team has now fully focused over on Halo Infinite work, but my understanding is really even just kind of the tool sets and kind of going back to some of the discussion earlier about why we had to evolve the entire engine and the pipeline. There's not a lot we can really do with Halo 5 at this point, huh, guys? I think we've tapped out the limits of what can be added to the game.
Sadly, that's right.
But we've learned a lot.
Is that
so-
something
Yeah.
that, I was going to say, learned from and hope to address with Infinite?
Absolutely. Yeah. The Halo 5 we learned a lot from. I loved kind of getting those updates out there for the community at a more regular cadence, and we kind of just put a ton of stuff in 5, and it's kind of bursting at the seams at this point to try and get anything else in the way that game tech is architected isn't really possible. And so we definitely had that in mind when we started working on Slipspace.
22-12, 23-12. You guys are off to another commanding lead here. Back-to-back games of SWAT. Unishat coming off a career-high performance. Looking to carry these guys to victory. They're right off into the sunset.
oh my God. Oof. Oof.
Oof.
Uni, I'm just gonna put my controller down
happened?
right now.
What happened to you, Burger?
Everyone seemed to die at the same time just now. Not totally sure what happened.
Strong
I'm
push
warmed
up by
up
Rocks.
now and used to the setup, so I'm doing pretty well. Like normally it just takes some time to get set up.
Really, what's happened is Burger and I have dragged Uni's MMR down to a point where he can just kind of wreck
That
shop.
might be.
It's entirely possible. Oh, man, I
Oh, we're
just
only up by
spawned there.
3 now, though.
We started
We've got
talking.
an
man.
AFK guy getting us some anchored spawns on red. It's very interesting. A little unfortunate.
I'm like, where am I getting shot from? And I just stand still instead of moving.
Oh, come on.
Is anyone in blue base with me?
They should be red cave.
There's one
or
in-
on snipe tower.
Big
Just a couple
Dog
on snipe.
75. You're late to the stream, buddy. He's saying, please give us split screen. You haven't heard?
Oh, you
Burger,
missed that
Burger has
hole.
delivered. Split screen is
Oh.
confirmed and was one of the recent focuses of a milestone that we recently had wrapped up here in the studio. And 4 people played Halo Infinite on one TV. It was glorious.
Possibly one of the most awkward stream moments of 2018.
I don't know. The wait, I guess where's the Quinn Sandbox tuning streams in 2018, John, or was
That
that back
would've
in
been
2017?
2017.
Okay,
That
sorry.
would've
Then
been
you're probably right,
2017.
Chris, because those got real awkward real fast too. We had a lot of fun back then.
Good.
I don't even know what I'm
Hoping to
doing
make
anymore.
things more awkward in 2019.
That's the theme.
That's the goal.
Yeah.
Using the power of Slip Space Engine.
Guys, they're closing this gap here. You
I know,
got a
that's
3,
good. I-
4-point lead,
I don't even know what I'm doing.
got
now.
this.
44 to 40. Who's gonna step
Uh-oh.
up here and clutch?
I just got my double,
Nice.
triple.
Oh, toss.
Chris Lee did get a triple there to pull the team up to 46-43,
Oh, and I miss-
46-44.
and I miss and get
Burger
killed.
drops immediately, 46-45.
Boom.
Guys,
We got
it's
this.
getting nervous.
Oh,
We're
no.
tied up at 47-48 now, Team 343.
Is he in red?
Got
Last
red.
match of the year for the
Last
studio.
match, 1 kill
One
to go.
kill.
Next
we go.
kill if 343 can pull this off. Who's it going to be?
No one died? No one died?
Chris dies. We're tied up at
Whoa,
49.
whoa, we don't have to be
Let's
specific
yeah,
about
let's
who
go.
died.
All right.
Yeah.
All right,
Nice
I had
job,
nothing
Burger.
to do with that win.
Good job, guys.
I mean, we win as a team. We win
Yeah,
as a team.
Good.
Woo! All right, guys.
That was
What?
close.
What?
A 50-49. That's a way to go out. That's
That
a
is
way
awesome.
to go out. I'll take it.
Well done. We're going to have a lot of unicorn skins to give out later this afternoon. So thanks to everyone that matched with and against Team 343 here today. Guys, any final thoughts you'd like to share? Any kind of reflections as we wrap up the calendar year and go off into our personal worlds until 2019? Burger, we'll start with you.
I think I need Uni to help me play better.
Yeah? You want to get some training
I think
sessions
I
set up?
think I need some training.
Some coaching?
I'm gonna have
Coaching.
to go talk to Dursky.
Well, we do want to make sure Infinite's accessible to all players at all skill levels, so we need you to represent that bracket that you're in right now. Like, we don't want you to get too good. We need you to stay down there.
All right, I can do that. I'm sure
It's an
even with
important
practice,
job.
I'm still going to stay
I'll
down
do
there.
that for the team.
Yeah.
It's an important job, but we're glad you're looking
I'll
out
do
for
it. I'll
everyone.
do it for the team.
Cool. John, parting thoughts? You've done a couple social streams now. It's been a wild year here.
Excited for the future. It'll be good. Looking forward to what we can do and show off next year. Yeah.
And I think, John, we do have a community update coming out tomorrow just to
Tomorrow,
kind of
yep.
wrap up and put a bow on a lot of stuff that happened over the last few weeks and months. So take a look at that on Halo Waypoint sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully.
It should.
Well,
it should.
Your vacation starts when that publish button is pressed,
It's
right?
true.
So highly motivated to get that out the door. Chris, thanks for joining us as well.
Yeah.
Any final thoughts or words to impart on our community here today?
It's been a good year. I still watch community reactions for E3 and just love kind of being able to talk about Infinite for the first time, and really happy to be able to spend this is my last day in the studio.
I know, and I'm
with
glad.
the community.
Thank you for offering it
and,
up and being a part of this today.
Yeah, it's an awesome way to
real.
end the year, and looking forward to next year.
Yeah, and I think we will be hearing more from you for sure in
Yeah.
the months ahead. Burger as well. I think you passed the test.
I'm gonna have to review the tape
All
and
right.
see.
Well, nobody stepped in to shut us down. My phone. I'm not getting texted from marketing or anything, so I think we're okay.
Yeah,
I think
all right,
Burger
yeah.
might be an official spokesperson now.
Yeah, right.
We're ready.
Yeah, I mean,
gonna-
let's. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. That's commitment right there.
And of course, for everyone that's been watching today and all of our social streams, we really appreciate your support and hanging in there. We know the wait can be hard sometimes, but it's super exciting here for us as well. We can't wait to share more as soon as that time comes. But we really do appreciate all the feedback, all the support. I can tell you that the team is listening. Chris takes his stuff to heart. He really means it. We regularly talk throughout the entire studio about all the things that John and myself and Postums, we're out there, we're reading the forums, we're reading your tweets, and I dare I say the studio is, I think, in a better situation than we've ever been in terms of having that dialogue and that feedback loop with our community. It's only going to get better once we start putting flighting content into your hands. So thank you, everyone, for that. Also, a shout-out to everybody that helped us with the MCC playtests, all the updates. It's been a crazy, crazy year. Like, we had not enough time to recap all the cool things that have happened, but the majority of them have only been possible because of the community. So on behalf of everyone, thank you. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting Halo in 2018. And hang on tight. I think 2019 is going to be even more awesome. More burger, more Chris, more Halo. And happy Halo days, everyone. Please enjoy the break. We will be back in 2019. We might be a little bit low-key between now and then, but you can find us probably on Twitter in the meantime. Guys, thank you. It's been a pleasure. Congratulations on your SWAT performance burger.
First stream.
That was terrible.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
One woman's enduring passion for technology and storytelling would help shape some of the most iconic video games in history and transform Halo into a global transmedia franchise. Growing up in Colorado, Bonnie Ross was a competitor from the start. She started early in sports and challenged herself in studying both writing and engineering. In college, Bonnie's competitive spirit earned her an internship at IBM, which led to a technical communications position at Microsoft. But Bonnie yearned for something that would better match her creative passions. Taking a chance, she joined the fledgling PC game team at Microsoft in 1994 and helped create NBA Full Court Press. Over the next 4 years, Bonnie continued to work on successful sports titles and found her passion for game development. In 1998, she helped build a brand new PC game studio for Microsoft. While there, she had the opportunity to partner with Alexei Pajitnov, the creator of Tetris.
So basically, she was one of the great team maker I ever met.
From there, Bonnie pitched Zoo Tycoon and saw its success among many other action-filled narrative projects. Eventually, she accepted an offer to join the development team for a top-secret project, codenamed Xbox. In 2004, Bonnie rose to the position of general manager and head of production for the Xbox gaming portfolio. She worked with some of the industry's leading development teams on legendary gaming franchises.
She acted as executive producer on Gears of War. She always fought hard to do what was best for the game, putting developers and players' interests ahead of commercial interests.
We just sat down and started talking, and it was really apparent right away that she was in charge, and you better get your shit together.
In her time at Xbox, Bonnie witnessed the beginnings of Halo Combat Evolved and continued to be a part of the series through the releases of Halo 2 and Halo 3.
She had read The Fall of Reach multiple times, and every other piece of media and print that we had put out there.
With Bungie's departure from Microsoft in 2007, Bonnie's career and the future of the Halo franchise took a bold new turn.
Bonnie came to me and was super passionate about the Halo franchise, the Halo universe. She thought it could be our Star Wars. She convinced me and other senior leaders in the Xbox organization to let her have the keys to the franchise.
She was, for us, an obvious leader to take it on. She had managed some of our biggest franchises. She had managed teams incredibly well. She'd attracted great talent.
And with the newly formed 343 Industries, Bonnie did more than just continue the legacy of Halo. She charted a new and unlimited future.
Bonnie thought a lot about how we should think about the franchise and really bring it to life across different mediums.
She sees not just where the pebble's going to hit the pond, but also where the ripples are going to hit the shore.
Leading the development of core successes like Halo 4 and Halo 5 Guardians, Bonnie also expanded the series to strategy, mobile, and even arcade games. Under Bonnie Ross's leadership, Halo became a transmedia leader, expanding into comics, consumer products, toys, anime, motion pictures, an upcoming Showtime television series, and a dozen New York Times best-selling novels.
Bonnie's always had a great understanding of pop culture,
a great understanding of how stories fit into our lives.
Today, as a studio head and the lead for the largest Xbox franchise, Bonnie uses her story to empower women and underrepresented minorities to use technology to drive creativity, art, and storytelling. Her work with the Ad Council She Can STEM campaign drives home how young women have the power to bring new worlds to life.
Today, people are like, of course, right? Diverse voices and different perspectives lead to better product. What I think started as something very personal for her has turned into something that is a corporate value for the company, and I think she's been a big part in growing that.
I want to congratulate and welcome you, Bonnie, to the Hall of Fame. We can't wait to see what you create next.
For her achievements, for creating enduring universes, and for her continued dedication as a leader, mentor, and creator, tonight we honor her as the 2019 inductee to the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences Hall of Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, Bonnie Ross.
Thank you. That's the first time Phil and I have hugged in the 20 years we've known each other, so that alone is worthy. Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here with all of you. You know, the brand pillars for the Halo universe are hope and wonder, humanity, and heroism. And I want to take a moment to thank the heroes in my life. First, thank you to the amazingly talented team at 343. It's a privilege to serve alongside of you. Thank you to Bungie for creating this epic sci-fi world that I have the honor of stewarding. Thank you to Phil Spencer, Shane Kim, and Matt Booty for having faith in me and giving me the keys to this extraordinary world. And thank you to my wonderful kids, Reed and JoJo, and my amazing husband, who said after a year of marriage, I thought I was just marrying you, but there are 3 people in our marriage, you, me, and Xbox. I don't think he thought it was a compliment. Thank you to AIAS and the women and the men in our industry. And most importantly, thank you to the fans for your enthusiasm and support for the world of Halo. When I was 10, my career goal was to be a professional athlete. I'm not saying I was talented enough, but like many kids, I believed I was. My school had a kids magazine, and one month there was an article about Babe Dietrichson, one of the greatest female athletes of all time. She was an early trailblazer and excelled in many sports, and in 1932, she won 3 Olympic medals. The magazine article was about her childhood, when she, Mildred Dietrichson, would hit so many home runs in the neighborhood baseball games that she earned the nickname of Babe Dietrichson after Babe Ruth. As I read the article, a new vision materialized for me. Babe Ruth was a national hero. He was also my dad's childhood hero. But Babe Dietrichson was a hero that I could be. She inspired me to dream about being a hero. After I read the article, I went to my dad and I told him, did you notice that my initials are the same as Babe Ruth? BR, Bonnie Ross. And I said, do you think it's a coincidence, me alluding to my potential professional sports career? My dad just looked at me and said, Babe's real name wasn't Babe, it was George, and you need to get a real job. And so I did. I got myself the best possible job, not just in one world, but 2. Like many of you, when Halo Combat Evolved released in 2001, it changed my perspective on gaming. I didn't just fall in love with the game, I fell in love with the universe and the potential of the Halo universe. In my mind, Halo is a universe worthy of devotion. Master Chief is humanity's last hope, and Master Chief is you, and you are the hero. My first E3 was, I think, in '95, and I just moved over from working on core Microsoft tech with mostly men. As we were setting up the booth, there was a group of women walking the E3 floor, and I thought, how refreshing. I finally get to work with women. I don't know why it wasn't a flag to me that these women were exceptionally beautiful. But the next day, these women were dressed up in way less than the rest of us. They were booth babes, and I will admit I was a bit heartbroken. Fast forward 20 plus years, and we've come a long way, and it makes me so proud to be part of this industry. This year, we've honored Amy and Jade, gifted trailblazers who are inspiring future generations to dream about being heroes. And as an industry, I think we should celebrate the strides we've made as creators, with a multitude of new perspectives, a spectrum of new stories, and a vast range of new characters. As we look at our real world today, I know our role as game creators is bigger and more important than we think. 20 years ago, gaming was relegated to the basement. Today, we stand alongside Hollywood, but as interactive entertainment. We create worlds and we conceive stories that inspire players to become their own heroes for a real world that desperately yearns for new heroes, of all shapes, of all sizes, of all abilities, all colors, and of all genders. Creating heroes for everyone is a noble cause worthy of all of our devotion. And to quote my favorite hero, Master Chief, I think we're just getting started. Thank you.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Welcome, everybody, to another episode of IGN Unfiltered, our monthly interview series where I have the privilege to sit down with the best, brightest, most fascinating, and accomplished minds in the games industry. And one of the most accomplished minds is here with me here today. We're in Las Vegas. We're at the DICE convention, celebrating game developers and celebrating this one particular game developer specifically, Bonnie Ross, the studio head at 343 Industries at Microsoft. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So there's so much to get to. Obviously, we're here because, again, the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences is inducting you into its Hall of Fame. Has that sort of sunk in for you yet? Does that sort of take on a meaning, or is it all just sort of you're kind of in the whirlwind of it?
I'd say I'm just kind of overwhelmed. I mean, it's such an honor, but when you look at the people that have gotten the award in the past, it's a really amazing group of people, and it doesn't feel like I'm quite worthy, so I'm still kind of overwhelmed by it.
So you're the first female inductee. Does that mean a little bit more to you?
I think it means a lot to the industry, and I think, seeing this year that Amy Hennig and Jade Raymond also got awards, I think is a really nice nod for the industry.
Do you hear from a lot of women in the industry who are looking for advice? Or because you seem, you've done so much in your career, I would wonder if you do a lot of mentorship.
Yeah, I do. I do within Microsoft, and then also when I speak, I also get other people reaching out, and I think that it is, an important role that anyone takes in the industry, and I think diversity makes an extra need for that role. So yeah, I think it's part of our roles to be mentors, to bring the next group of people up.
How have you seen it? Because you're now, first of all, congratulations, because you're not only the award, but you're celebrating your 25th year in games this year,
I know.
according to the notes I was given. So have you seen a noticeable difference in the amount of women in the industry and the diversity in the industry in your time?
Yeah, tremendously. I think that even in the last 5 years, I think that there's just the whole industry and how we've pivoted. I think there are more diverse characters. I think you're seeing more diversity on stage. I think you're just seeing different stories. I think you're seeing a more diverse perspective. So I think we're in a really good place in the industry. We still have a lot of work to do, but it's been really refreshing to see the change specifically in the last 5 years.
This is like a super cheesy question, but 25 years into your career, what advice would you go back and give to the year one of your career version of yourself?
Oh my gosh.
If you could.
Wow. I would say when I started, I'd never planned on staying in games. It was just a year. I didn't think it was really a career.
Yeah.
So I think if I would give myself any advice, I would focus on giving myself more permission on the creative side. Like I really felt my career was going down more of a technical side, and I think I stayed in games because it still sat on the technical side, but I would have given myself permission to really explore more of the creative side. I mean, that's why I'm still here. Yeah. But gosh, if I do that, and then also I would just say, don't sweat the mistakes, because I would say that every failure point has probably been an opportunity versus really a failure.
Yeah, I guess that's sort of a microcosm of life. We always hope that we can learn from our mistakes. So you were an athlete growing up.
Yes.
And sports got you into video games through sports games.
Yes.
Do I have that correct?
Yes.
So when you did finally get bit by the gaming bug and you really got into gaming, what were some of your favorite games besides Halo? Because I know that did have a profound effect.
I would say Tetris, of course. I like from back then or from now?
From, I guess, early on. So when you did finally, because some just as gaming became a bigger and bigger part of your life, I'm sort of curious what the formative games of your life and career were.
Would be a huge thing for me. I think The Sims was probably the first game that I really felt kind of appealed to me. And then I think like Roller Coaster Tycoon. I would say Myst, but that's kind of early on. But yeah, a lot were just sports games, which is, it took me a while to kind of really think about gaming besides sports or sports simulations. So I probably would say I didn't really start taking an interest until a couple of years in.
You mentioned The Sims. Have you met Will Wright?
Yes, I have.
I haven't had a chance to meet or talk to him.
I've only met like shake hands, hello, you're amazing, and that was it.
I'm kind of curious.
But it was an amazing handshake.
He seems like a completely fascinating person that would be crazy to spend any time with. But yeah, the Sims was. I mean, you talk about diversity and women in games. Like The Sims was. In my memory of The Sims was that it was such a huge success, and it was one of the first games really hailed for being super appealing to everybody, not just boys or men.
I also and I don't remember when Lucy Bradshaw was working on that, but I would say that was definitely very inspiring to me back then. Her role in that, and knowing that there were a lot of women working on that game, and so I think that was really meaningful for me back then.
So I'm curious, do your kids play video games? Is it big in the house?
They do. They play more PC and mobile than they do console. My son plays more console than my daughter does.
I'm super curious. Are you like the absolute coolest mom to your kids? Because they can brag to their friends at school, Mom runs Halo. I mean, do they like to play that card with their friends?
I don't think it kind of really sank in until a couple years ago, and then honestly, I don't think they care. Like,
no, they're just it's like typical
I'm just
kids
as
with their parents.
To them as any other parent.
So you majored, if I have this correct, you majored in engineering.
No, I started in engineering.
So what were your sort of initial thoughts when you're on that track of what you wanted to do? With your life and career?
My dad was an engineer, and I was the oldest, and he pretty much told me I was going to be an engineer. And so I didn't really know I had a choice. My sisters did, so they did not pursue that. So I really kind of went in thinking that I was just going to do what my dad did. And what I would say it was incredibly challenging being in engineering. Like, there's not a lot of women there. And then my third year, I went to my dad and I was like, I don't get this. Like, I don't get what I'm going to be doing at the end. Not that I don't get the schoolwork I'm doing, but like, I really don't understand what I'm going to be doing when I get done with my degree. And really unhappy, and that I wish I had something more creative. And my dad then replied, and he's like, yeah, I hated engineering too. I wanted to do something more creative. And I was kind of like, WTF, Dad, why didn't you tell me sooner? But I think that I am so grateful for that. And he basically helped me pivot to my degree that I got was in technical communication with a focus, a concentration on physics and computer science. And I would say computer science was the thing that actually made me the most excited about what I was doing in engineering.
And what about that when you kind of you're figuring out, okay, engineering's not quite for me, let's make this change. What about the sort of technical writing, technical side appealed to you?
I will be honest that my dad was just trying to help me salvage 3 paid years of college.
That's understandable.
And so we kind of just did this hybrid. It was a brand new major at the time. And so we just looked at all of the credits that I had and then trying to figure out something creative that could do that. So it was actually his idea that he did all the research and found out that there was a brand new degree, a lot because the computer industry was kind of exploding and needed people to work on documentation and specifications. And so he helped me kind of craft it. But I would say that it was probably more of the design part of the writing that I liked on than just the writing part.
Right. So then in that version of yourself, what did you see like, okay, what was your hope to, what did you hope to be doing at some point?
When I graduated, I interned at IBM, and the top 3 places I wanted to, and I did interview with IBM, but I didn't, at the time, which I think is funny now, the next closest person to my age was like 15 years older than I was, and so I felt like it just didn't feel exciting, where my number 1 company was Next. So that was when Steve Jobs had left Apple. Number 2 was Apple, and number 3 was Microsoft. And Next and Apple did not respond to any of my resumes that I sent, and Microsoft did. And so for me, it was all about technology, and it was being on the cutting edge of technology. Yeah. And when I interviewed at Microsoft, the average age was 27, I think, back then. And it was so liberating. We're a huge company now, but even at at 21, I had more responsibility than like my entire internship, 2-year internship at IBM. It was amazing.
Well, and now Next is gone, but I mean, now who's Apple's laughing? They're kicking themselves now.
I know, they could have had me. Gosh,
you could have done.
I know.
Who knows? Maybe Apple would be more prominent in the games world than we keep hearing. Oh, Apple console this someday. Like no, now their
loss. All was me. Like it could have been so different.
Their loss is Microsoft's gain. But see, I mean, after 25 years in the business, what do any of the games? We'll talk more about the games you've worked on here in a second. But do any of the games that you've worked on kind of stick out from the others for any like either good or bad?
Yeah.
Like sort of just like rapid fire come to mind.
Yeah, I would say like Zoo Tycoon was probably my first. When you asked, like at first for me it was sports. Like I love sports, and I didn't really see another path besides sports. So it was Zoo Tycoon would be the first one that I actually creatively thought about what we wanted to do, given my love for The Sims and Roller Coaster Tycoon. So that would be one that I probably would say like was probably most defining, for me. If we look at other ones, I would say Psychonauts is like one of my all-time favorite games. Fusion Frenzy, just because it was the first certed Xbox title, so it was the first title to pass cert. And then obviously
I don't think I knew that. That's like a fun little trivia nugget. So it was the first official one that cleared.
I think when you look at the games that were being done, that was probably the least complicated. So we were the first done and able to get through. But yeah, claim to fame.
NBA Full Court Press.
Oh, yes.
That's where you got your start. Am I correct on that? Yeah. So what do you remember about that project? And what was your role on it?
So first off, getting the job, I was working on the systems on the operating side, and I just wanted to take a 1-year break to work on something that I could actually talk about with my friends, because no one really cared about LAN Manager or OS2 or DOS or anything like that. And what is just funny back in that time, because I completely wasn't qualified to work in gaming, but we acquired Access Golf. That was in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, the Lynx. They did the Lynx franchise.
Yeah, and then we decided that we were going to then build a sports PC gaming franchise around that. And so there was a position for the lead producer for the basketball game. And my I played basketball, girls basketball. I assistant coached junior high basketball, and I was the most qualified person because we weren't in the game industry, so it wasn't like we were interviewing people who had actually worked in the game industry. And so I got the job with literally girls basketball, high school basketball as my background. So, but starting it was great. It was sort of a co-development. We were working with a dev partner in Australia, doing just the dev work, but we were doing all the art, motion capture, and like the AI spec design and everything like that. So it was really, sports games is such a great way to, especially back then, because sports games were the first ones to use motion capture. And so for me, it was a really great, like, gaming 101, and it was a 2D sprite game. But being able to work on the whole creative side and the design side was a really, just, I think just sports games in general are just a great way to enter the industry.
So what did you learn about game development from that project?
You know, I would say that, again, from what I'd worked on before, just that's where I think for me the light bulb clicked on for, again, I said I was just going to be there for a year, as I didn't really think there was a career in gaming. And I think the thing that really clicked for me was when I said before I was looking for a creative outlet, that it was technology, like, empowering creativity, and being able to work on the art side was super interesting to me. And it was also interesting working with coaches. You know, so we worked with Del Harris for a bit on going over, and at the time, the way we were doing it, so I'm not saying it was a fine PC game. I think it was a 70 rated something. It wasn't a great one, but being able to actually sit down with and go through with all the plays and actually move that and put it in a spec for designing the AI was super interesting for me. Cool. And I realize it's more analytical, but it was a great bridge for me to move into gaming.
So let's see, Dungeon Siege is on your resume as
2,
well.
yeah.
Dungeon Siege 2, you mentioned Psychonauts,
Yes.
The Tim Schafer fan, who isn't? Jade Empire is on your
and these are all like those are in the publishing role. So
and then of course Zoo Tycoon you talked about. What are there any little things you took away from each of those, or are they sort of, how do you sort of see those now in the scope of your larger career?
Yeah, I think for me, because we managed such a large portfolio, especially back then, especially when it was PC, we had a huge portfolio. And some of the things that I worked on were co-development, which were super educational, but it was mainly in the time that it might take to develop one game internally. People on the publishing team would get a chance to work on 15, 20 games. And so basically having the opportunity to sit with some of the most amazing developers in the industry and learn what they're doing, what works, what doesn't work. And it really helps you kind of get a big scope of, like, hey, can you tell when a game's off track, or, what needs to happen first, or if something's missing. Just being able to have that portfolio of, 10, 20, 30 games every 2 years was hugely educational.
So it allowed you to sort of learn a lot faster, it sounds like, with just more opportunity to kind of soak things up like a sponge. You mentioned Tetris earlier. You got to work with Alexei Pajitnov? Yes, I can never get that right. So how did that come to be? And I know you kind of regard him as a bit of a mentor.
I do. He's amazing. And I would also credit him for, I did not want to move out of sports games. At the time, Shane Kim, Ed Freese was our manager at the time, and Shane Kim was being told to start like a new casual games group and was going to work on board games, so card games and board games. Yeah. And because Shane had a business background, Ed wanted to partner as an EP at the time, wanted to partner us together, and I did not. I was like, I do not want to work on card games and casino games. And Shane was like, neither do I, but like, let's just get in here and then we'll have Ed give us some money for some other games. But part of that was, when we established that group, was Alexei Pajitnov coming on and Pandora's Box And what I would say with Alexi is he is a magical person, and he sees the world in such a visually artistic way that it basically ignited, I think, more of my love for things besides just sports and sports gaming. And he was great. He was such an amazing person. And when I say a mentor, it was somewhat comical because he actually ended up reporting to me. And I mean, like, I was young, and I kind of went to him and I was like, I'm so not worthy. And he goes, oh, I don't want to manage. He goes, just let me do my thing, and, you know, that's good. But he was amazing. Yeah, we used to rollerblade together. He wanted to lose 40 pounds and decided to teach himself to rollerblade.
Nice.
And so, like, half of what I would say my mentorship would be on these rollerblading with this crazy Russian. And and he was just, everything on even how he saw the world was magical. And I think that's kind of why I like Tim Schafer's mind too. I think people that see the world differently are incredibly inspirational.
Genova Chen's like that. I don't know if you've ever had a chance to meet him.
No.
Yeah. So did you see Tetris differently at all after getting to know him a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I loved Tetris growing up. I think we all loved Tetris growing up.
But Game Boy killer app.
But it was interesting is, you know, he has a math background, and I went to Russia with him a couple times, which was also a trip. But he has a math background, but it's really interesting on how he doesn't see himself kind of as a scientist or a mathematician. He looks at things just visually. I think his life and how he looks at things are a puzzle. So yes, on thinking about how he was visualizing Tetris based on just working with him was.
Do you keep up with the sort of Tetris releases over the years now? As sort of.
I do. We had lunch. I mean, I keep more up with following what he's doing, but yeah, I mean, I've played some of the more recent ones. You know, I think that was, I spend more time like following him, and we had lunch I don't know, 7 months ago or last year or something like that, and he's doing well.
Good. So at what point do you sort of have the ambition? You're learning about all these games on the publishing side at Microsoft. At what point do you start to think to have ambitions of being a studio head? Does that, or was it something that you sought out, or did it seek you out?
You know, it was, so over the course of, we all use titles differently because we kind of had, I used to manage a portfolio of publishing games, so did Phil at the time. And then as, I think at that time, Phil took over our Europe stuff, and then Shane, there was an opportunity to sort of organize differently. I was running all of publishing, I was running production for all internal and external. Okay. So just managing a huge portfolio, which for me was interesting but not very creative. And when it really just came up when Bungie wanted to spin out, that it was the question of what next to do with Halo. And I mean, Halo has a really special place in my heart, and so I pitched for what I wanted, and I got the keys to the franchise. And
that's simple.
It wasn't quite that simple. When we spun Bungie out, the future of Halo was uncertain. We weren't actually sure, was Halo 3 going to be the last game? Because, you know, Master Chief specifically is sort of left in, is he dead? Is he alive? And it could be very much the last game. And Bungie was going to work on 2 other games, which then we published, 343 published, which was Reach and ODST. But then past that, there were thoughts of doing 1 or 2 other games, actually even doing it externally, just finding another partner to do that. And I went to Shane and I put this proposal together that I pretty much thought that was blasphemy, you know, to do that. And I felt like Halo 1, 2, and 3 took place fictionally over 3 months. And I believed it was just the beginning. I believed that the universe was like this canvas that I think is so rare in the entertainment world. And I put this pitch together on what I wanted to do, and that I wanted to build an internal team, which was not part of the plan at that time, and for whatever reason, Shane said a couple of things. You do not want Halo. Why would anyone want Halo? Because do you understand the tax it puts on you? Like, everyone wants a piece of Halo.
Right.
Our company wants a piece of Halo. They want you to do things that maybe aren't right for the game. You're stupid, to do that. But then I was like, no, I really am passionate about this. And he gave me the keys. And I'm not sure the circumstances that would have happened in any other place. It was kind of a timing place, but I feel so grateful.
So what did he think should happen to it then?
I don't think there was a lot of thought, because I think of it as looking at it more from a business.
Yeah.
And there was time Robbie Bach and Shane were like, hey, Halo's great. Bungie doesn't want to do it anymore. They weren't. It wasn't as. I want to be careful. Like Robbie and Shane are not like people that are thinking just for the money, but they were just basically like, hey, I think it's it's maybe good for another game or two, and let's just like cut our losses and tell another story. And it doesnn't. So I want to make sure when it's this phrase, it wasn't. They were just thinking of it more from a, hey, Halo 3 maybe is the end, and if it is, then let's just tell a 4 story and wrap it up.
Interesting. So you mentioned there was a thought of before you sort of pitched 343 and taking it on internally, that maybe you get somebody else to come in and make a couple of games. What did it make it so far as were studio names talked about? Who would we want for this?
Yes.
So it's a fun historical nugget for Halo fans.
Yes, Gearbox was one of the people that were.
They'd done
listed.
the PC port of Combat Evolved.
Yeah.
So that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Was there another one or two in there?
That was pretty much the one that they were going to look at having them do.
Interesting. I wonder how that would have changed the course of their of their future, and if we ever would have got Borderlands and all kinds of stuff. Well, what was your first interaction with Halo? I mean, certainly it's Halo 1, but what was it about it? Do you remember kind of the where you were when?
Oh, definitely. I think everyone does
Yeah.
on that. So I was working on Zoo Tycoon at the time and Fusion Frenzy. And we had our first E3 when we were trying to move into a console, and I think that didn't go very well for us. We were basically, people didn't believe that we could do a console, that we should have a console.
Yeah.
When Halo was shown there, it wasn't at a locked frame rate. We came in very PC-esque, and there was huge panic with Halo, and so after that E3, we were concerned on FPS on the console, on Halo, that it's sci-fi, and would anyone want a sci-fi? So we quickly had Eric Nyland write The Fall of Reach.
Yes.
And so we all got the book, I think 6 weeks before it shipped, or maybe a month before. So I read Fall of Reach before I played Halo.
Oh, interesting.
And so for me, Master Chief story, John, 6-year-olds being abducted, and I'm a huge sci-fi fan, that it really kind of took a life of its own. Like playing, when you reading it before you play it, I kind of it blurs a line of what was the game story and what is the story that I know of John. And so for me, it was a rich and deep universe from the beginning, and one that I fell in love with, not just like the first time you see Halo or Silent Cartographer or anything like that. It was just, I loved the universe and I loved the story, and so it was more than just a game for me.
Yeah, I actually had that experience with Mass Effect 1.
Oh, really?
Drew Karpyshyn, the writer at BioWare at the time, they put out a prequel novel before the game came out, and that I can really relate to that. It's it really added to Mass Effect 1 for me coming into that game.
No, and it's kind of why my passion, I have a ton of passion around transmedia, because I think it does enhance the experience, and we've done good things and made mistakes, but I do really believe that there's only so much story you can tell in a game, especially a first-person shooter, but there's a universe that's so rich, and if you choose to dive into it, I think our games should be even better experiences.
So when you start 343, is there sort of one guiding principle or a short list of guiding principles to it?
Yeah, when we first started the studio, started, there was, so we made the decision, Shane made the decision in fall of after we shipped Halo 3, so fall of
2007?
2007. Yeah, and so then it was trying to figure out what the skeleton team that it had. So I think we didn't have anyone, and we just kind of like picked a group. I think we started with like 12 people. And when we got to about 20, we kind of sat back and said, like, we've got to think about what our values are and like who we are as a studio. And we were really deliberate on like team first, being humble, meaning that these are huge shoes to fill, and we can't just assume that. So really being humble and really looking at community, fans first. And so kind of putting values in like how we wanted to show up and that we had to earn it. We couldn't just assume just anyone could take over Halo. And I can tell you, it's not that easy to make Halo. I mean, like even just making Halo feel like Halo, it's not that easy. And I also would say that a lot of the things that were very, obviously we all worked together with Bungie, so they were really great in helping, pass that torch on.
Yeah. Was there a sort of a big fear that you had starting it up?
Just that you might fail. No, I mean, like it's such a beloved game franchise that huge fear of failure. I mean, like you don't want to mess it up. If I'm asking for we either ended at Halo 3, or if I'm asking for the keys to take it further, got to do it right by the fans.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a huge, daunting hurdle to do.
So the first project, this going off my own memory here, was Halo Anniversary. Was that the studio's first project?
Yeah.
So you guys worked with Saber Interactive on that, in a sort of co-partnership situation. What made you choose them, out of curiosity?
I think we just were trying to pretty much find a work for hire where we could kind of own the creative. And so we just basically wanted a work for hire partner that had the engineering chops. We were mainly looking for not a lot of design talent, but just technical talent to move forward that. So they were a good partner for it.
What would you say what did your new team, which I think at that time was still relatively
very small,
right? Yeah. What did the 343 team learn from that being their first project together of doing the anniversary remake of Halo 1 and shipping that?
Yeah. Well, the first ones I would say we worked very closely with Bungie on ODST and Reach, and so I'd say that was kind of more of the first learning. And then there was, when I first started 343, like we obviously had all the code, we had all the assets, but we didn't have the lore of that. So Bungie was really gracious that I asked if we could come in and have a company interview them to pretty much get all the stuff that we wouldn't have.
Oh, wow.
And I hired this transmedia company at the time that was working with James Cameron on Avatar to kind of come in and help me think about how can I be the best steward of this universe, and like how can I take a step back and really think about the canvas. And they were really good about saying, okay, as you're thinking about universes, whether it be Avatar or Star Wars or whatever, like think about that canvas. Like what's the first story you want to tell and what's the last story you want to tell? And not in that order,
right?
But like what's the canvas that you want to tell your stories on? And that was hugely educational. And then they did a bunch of interviews with Bungie. We put together this huge Halo Bible that kind of everyone could onboard, so we could do as good of a job as we could without having built the game.
Yeah.
To kind of like be what Halo is.
Were you? I should have asked you this sooner, but were you a multiplayer Halo player as well, or were you mostly there on the single player side?
I am mostly on the single player. Like I like multiplayer. I would say that I'm definitely more of a firefight or Warzone type player. But I do play it for the first week until everyone else
catches up.
Me.
So how did let's see, with Halo 4, I have my opinion on it as far as I'll tell you in a second because I want to get your take first. Do you think that Halo 4 was treated a bit unfairly because you guys weren't Bungie? Because that was the first major Halo game without their name on it?
That's an interesting question. I'm not even sure it's I think we probably should have been graded harder. And I just mean that in that, like, what Bungie created with Halo, it's something that's not easy to. It's not like any developer can pick it up. And I think that it would have been hard for us to get reviewed without kind of like we weren't Bungie. Like I feel very proud of what we did with Halo 4. I'm most proud of the campaign. I think that multiplayer, we learned a lot and hopefully did a better job with Halo 5. But yeah, I think it was just, you're handing over someone's baby, you know, and like making sure that we do a good job with it. So, you know, I'm happy with the game, and I think that the press was, you know, you've got to look at all aspects of that story.
So yeah, because I think you guys were treated a little unfair. I mean, I love that game.
Cool.
You guys know that. Yeah, I thought it was such a great campaign in particular, but it was I saw a lot of that out in the world of like, oh, you know, just kind of hating on it because you're not Bungie.
Yeah.
But
we did have people and journalists, I think, come around like years later and kind of say, you know, actually the Halo 4 story was really good. Like I love the Halo 4 story. I mean, I'm sure I'm objective, but it just for me that relationship's so important. Dr. Halsey, like I just love that. We have a tendency sometimes at 343, which we're trying to get better, of going a little bit too deep into our story, but I still love the Halo 4 story.
So Master Chief Collection, how did the issues with that game at launch, how did that affect you, both sort of personally and professionally?
That was incredibly, incredibly hard. And to give some background on, you know, its sort of origin story, when the decision was made to ship Halo 4 at the end of 360, originally I pitched it as a launch title for Xbox One.
Oh, interesting.
And largely, if you look at with Halo, Halo takes 3 years to build. It's a huge game. It takes a minimum of 3 years to build. And when the decision was made to have it be an end of life cycle for 360, it put a huge gap in the launch portfolio. And, you know, I've raised those flags, but, you know, it's easier, like, you know, hindsight's 20/20. So when we got to the launch, we had a huge hole. Halo 5 wasn't going to, and Halo 4 wasn't going to be there for the first 3 years, which is super hard for launching a new console. So Master Chief Collection kind of came on. We did the Halo anniversary, Halo CE anniversary. Halo 2 anniversary was going to be when we'd be launching with the new console, first 2 years of the new console. And so the original plan was just to do a Halo 2 anniversary, just a standalone Halo 2 anniversary. But because Halo 4 was further out than what everyone wanted, they asked for us to do more. And we also thought about, so it was just kind of go back to the drawing board and think more about what Halo's presence should be on Xbox One. And we kind of came up with the idea of, hey, wouldn't it be great to have all the Halo Master Chief stories on one console? So this is like a brand new console, but you can catch up with the whole story. So the original was Halo 2. Then it was all the campaigns, but just Halo 2 multiplayer. And then we probably got a little bit too ambitious and we did it all. And I think that we did a lot more than maybe we had time for at that time with a brand new console, which I think is really hard. But that's kind of how it got to be that. But you asked the question on, like, how did it feel? It was incredibly crushing to let the fans down. It was supposed to be a love letter to the fans, and you know, we let them down.
It's just sort of on that kind of note, like you've voluntarily taken responsibility for the Xbox's biggest brand. So that seems like a thing that would be a lot of pressure on a pretty regular basis. Do you feel that pressure, or is it just that's your normal, or do you thrive on it? I'm kind of curious.
I do think, like you said, I think that many people have questioned, would Xbox even be here today if it wasn't for Halo? And so I think that relationship is so symbiotic. I think you didn't have one without the other, and I think it is always iconic. You always see Master Chief on all of our Xboxes. And I don't think I've only ever worked for a platform company, so I think it's just kind of part of your DNA. It's not like, and I think that together we're better. Like when the platform and Halo align, I think it's better for both the platform and Halo.
So let's see. I mean, you mentioned, actually, you yourself mentioned the 3-year cadence that we've typically had between mainline Halos. That's now out the window in the sense that we're past the 3-year mark between 5 and Infinite. Does this extended gap have anything to do with how 5 was received, particularly on the campaign side, or?
More like, so when you look at both Halo 4 and Halo 5, look at it more as the technology that we have to build the future of Halo. And so we can come back and talk about the Halo 5 stories. I'm sure that's probably one of your questions. But it really was more working. The Halo engine's a very technical, engineering-focused engine. It's super hard for creatives to work in. Super hard for a lot of creatives to work in at one time. And we did a ton of work on Halo 4 on the engine to get it to look as good. I think it looks amazing for being on the last generation, the last year of the platform. We promised the team that we would do the work on the tools and pipeline for Halo 5, so it wasn't such a challenging project to develop, or challenging environment to develop on. And, best laid plans, we didn't do that. And the team, rightfully so, basically called us on it, and if we were thinking about, you can only do so much on that engine, and you have a team that is incredibly hard to do. So 1, we want to do more with Halo, and 2, we want to have a team that can do their best creative work within our engine. So it really was taking the time off, and as we announced the Slipspace engine last year, it is all to make sure that we're building the platform for the future of Halo. So it was a huge investment, a bigger investment than we've ever done. That engine is, 18, 19 years old.
Wow.
And so when you think about where we are today, we needed to pretty much redo it. And I'm really proud of what we have now, but it took a lot of work to get there.
Cool. So Halo 5 comes around on the back of Master Chief Collection's difficult time with that was tough, and 5 comes around, and I think I would say, maybe you disagree, but that by and large the multiplayer was universally beloved. This is a phenomenal multiplayer, and maybe the campaign not so much. So what was sort of did any of Halo 5's feedback on either side of it, single player or multiplayer, take you guys by surprise, or sort of, and what were the kind of learnings that you took away from 5?
Yeah, I think that I think there were concerns before we launched it. I think that I am super proud of the story we told with Halo 4, and I think that we've done a good job with transmedia and sort of like broadening the cast of characters. I think with Halo 5, we kind of might have jumped in ahead of time without really thinking. It's not that we didn't know that Master Chief shouldn't be the main character. I think we just wanted to bring a cast of characters in, and I think we basically told an overwhelming story. And I think there are multiple things I think could have done to make it a different story. I'm really proud of the gameplay that the team put together, but I would say that I think we learned a lot, and hopefully you saw that in the last year's E3 trailer on making sure that we really understand and value on what Halo is. And I think we branched out, and I think there's always room to tell other stories and side stories. I just don't think that probably should have been a Halo 5 numbered story. And so I think that it's a good learning to think about. It's a vast universe, and we can tell these stories, but there's also an expectation on with where we left Halo 4 and where we went with Halo 5 that I think we audiences gave us a lot of feedback. It was definitely not their favorite story.
So Infinite will be applying those lessons.
No, I think that, like, hopefully we do listen, we do learn. I think that with Halo 4, I think I'm really proud of the campaign. I think our multiplayer lacked what we needed. So I think we did a good job with Halo 5 on fixing the multiplayer. And so I look at Infinite as we're going to put the whole thing together.
Well, and it's interesting because, you know, in my opinion, and I will debate anybody on this, I think Halo is arguably the last major first-person shooter franchise that's still active, that is beloved for both its single-player universe and its multiplayer. You know, there have been other franchises that have kind of gone one way or the other, but I really feel like Halo, people love it, and maybe they love it, you know, they're kind of in it for single player and in it for multiplayer, but it is beloved on both sides of that coin. Is that that legacy of Halo important to you? Is there, or you know, I kind of want to turn this into a conversation about the evolution of online gaming and games as services. So I'm sort of curious where you see Halo as far as, you know, do you see it as a responsibility to both a single player universe that you came to Halo for and the multiplayer side of things that it's, you know, that the industry seems to be pushing a little more towards on the games as a service side?
Yeah, and I'll step back and answer a little bit broader on that. I think Halo does serve, I mean, a lot of, you know, we have research on what players play, but when you look at what our DNA is and you look at research and people, it is a beloved story, and it is like a perfectly orchestrated sandbox for a multiplayer as well. One of the things that Bungie saw, as much as we do, you can't take a feature away from Halo. I mean, we need to be able to, but the audience definitely wants it to be additive, which then, you know, Halo 4, biggest Halo game ever. We promised we were not going to do that with Halo 5. Halo 5, the biggest Halo game ever. And so I think it's like we keep adding things on versus kind of taking a step back and saying, what is really important? And how do we get that right and make sure that we really are focusing on what's the right story to tell? What's the right multiplayer experience, and then learning what we did with both Halo 5 and MCC, we can keep adding things on. You know, like, so how do you kind of look at making sure that with each beat that we are doing the right thing? And I think that is a learning for us. But yeah, I don't think you can have one without the other with Halo. I think it is.
I'm so glad to hear you say that.
It's both. I think, like, you know, again, story is incredibly important. And so is multiplayer, and we have audiences that, you know, champion both sides. And then a lot of them that like both of them.
I mean, it's the topic du jour. I can't not have you sitting here and ask you about, I mean, Battle Royale, right? It's the big thing now. As we record this at the DICE conference in Las Vegas, Apex Legends has taken off like a rocket. I mean, the Respawn, super talented team, and they're like 25 million total players right now. I mean, it is. What do you guys see? I'll phrase it this way: at 343, how are you guys looking at that as the you know, curators and protectors of Halo, and you're responsible for growing the IP, but also and the business? Like, what do you see when you see, you know, the Fortnites and the Apex Legends out there in this genre that you could go into if you decided it was the way to go? Like, how do you guys see it?
Yeah, you know, I think that ever since PUBG and Fortnite, we've definitely had, you know, people on social saying, like, we definitely want a Halo Battle Royale. I think that Vince and team did a great job with Apex Legends, and even within the studio, maybe they've taken some pieces out that you could think about. You could see much more like, hey, you could do this with Halo. You know what I mean? Like, I think some of the things that they've done with Apex, like, they kind of, for us, kind of feels a bit more like Halo. I will say that we have conversations all the time on, like, what the right thing to do is. Whatever we do, we have a sandbox that gives us the ability to have multiple different game types. I'm not committing what the team wants to. I mean, that doesn't want to be I think whatever we do needs to be the right thing for Halo.
Sure.
And so whether or not you call it the Battle Royale or how we're thinking about things going forward, the team definitely thinks about this needs to be right for Halo. And how does Halo evolve on, we've got our arena, how are you looking at our bigger plays? So it's always an active conversation, but not saying anything more about it
Well,
right now.
I mean, hey, you got to.
And I do think that Apex Legends, they've done a great job. It's super fun.
So for Infinite, well, how can I phrase it to you in a way that you might actually
might answer you?
Maybe because you mentioned Halo 4 coming in at the tail end of the 360 generation, and the original plan was to have it be a launch title on Xbox One. Obviously, Halo 4 turned out to be a great game, and it sold well. In your heart of hearts, would you have preferred it be a launch title for Xbox One?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you think it's so? I was talking about this on we do our weekly Xbox show, Unlocked on IGN. It came up recently. I sort of never really thought about it until I went, wait a second. We've had 3 Xbox consoles so far, 3 generations, and only the first one actually launched with a Halo game. Do you think it's important for Xboxes to, or do you think it's important for Halo to be a launch title? Like, would you? You're
trying to trick me.
Well, I do what I can. That's my job.
No, so when you look at, as you know, like Halo CE launched with the platform, and Halo 2 tail end. I mean, at the time, there wasn't a lot of competition. So Halo 3 launching 3rd year in, I think was fine relative to the rest of the portfolio that we had on 360. And so I look at it more that when Halo is close with the platform, and I think we did kind of grow apart with the development of Xbox One, not because of any intentional thing on either the platform side or the Halo side, but I think that you can look at Halo 2 and multiplayer. So you can look at Halo 1 propelling the Xbox. You can look at Halo 2, Xbox Live. And Halo 3 was one of the biggest entertainment moments of all time, which is amazing. And I think we should have those moments, but I also think that when you do have a platform, it's really important to kind of have, like, first party should be helping third party. Like, we should be doing things that help create the best gaming ecosystem. And it works better when our big games are in sync with the different features that we're doing. Yeah. Whether or not that means if we were to do another console or anything like that, if we would be a launch, I think it's more, we've been working a lot closer. And, since Scorpio and Xbox One X have been, I think Phil's done an amazing job turning us back to where we are focused on games. And you see us and the platform teams in the studios are working closer than ever. So I feel really good about where we are there. And that's where we are.
Do you get any, or I guess, is it your decision ultimately, or do higher ups in the Microsoft organization have any say in potentially aligning, or in sort of the release window of Halo games?
I would say that we have learned so much as an industry, like Phil, all of us, that it is important as first party that we need to have a good portfolio, but games also need to be great games, or it doesn't matter.
Of course.
And so if you were to choose to launch a title with a platform just to hit that versus having a good game, I think that we would make sure that we've got a great game.
Well, that's also a relief to hear as a gamer. Nothing will be shoehorned and shoved out the door. Infinite appears to be we've only gotten one sort of engine trailer to go off of, but the tone that conveys is that there seems to be a bit of a almost philosophical reboot to Halo, and you kind of I feel like that's almost what you were saying a little while ago, and if not necessarily a narrative reboot, because you have said it's sort of effectively Halo 6. Who was the driving force at the studio on reshaping Halo with Infinite? As far as there's clearly a new art direction here. Mm-hmm. obviously the new technology speaks to what you were talking about earlier with rebuilding those tools and investing in the creative side. So, kind of where did this sort of new approach with Infinite come from within the studio?
Yeah, and I would say we kind of call it a spiritual reboot. That's kind of how we talk about it. And I don't think there's any one person. I think that when you think about probably with any game team, a lot of people came to work at 343 because they're not just developers or creators, they're actually Halo fans. And so I think when you ask about learning, did we have great learning moments with MCC? Yes. With Halo 4 multiplayer? Yes. With how we, Halo 5 and the maps for free and rec packs and kind of starting to really think about how we sustain our games longer. I think with where we are with Halo, there's just been a lot of introspective time to really reflect on what have we done as 343, where have we made mistakes, where have we hit it right, and then what does Halo mean to all of us? And so I think it really is coming almost from what does Halo mean to all of us? And that trailer that we did that's what Halo means to the studio. And I think that, maybe it took us 2 games to get there, and I think we've done good things and bad things on there, but what does Halo mean to us? And it is about hope and wonder and heroism and humanity, and community and bringing a community together. And that's what that trailer is, and that's what we want to do.
It has been, a good while here. There was no release date on that trailer. Certainly it was a engine showpiece, a tone piece. Unless you guys make a surprise at E3 this year saying it'll be out in 2019, I have to assume it's not. So, that gap between 5 and Infinite, have there been any other versions of a Halo 6 between 5 and now, or has it all, that were maybe thrown away, or is Infinite what's been going on this whole time?
When we first were releasing Halo 5, there were talks, and I think, when you talk about pushing to get more Halos or pushing the dates or anything, there was talk about, could we get another Halo out in 2 years? And
on the Xbox One generation,
on the Xbox One,
for sure, yeah.
And so we did look at sort of, I would call it a Halo 5.5 or a Halo 6 ODST type of thing of a smaller game. We just investigated. I would say there was no dev work on that. And I think it was a really good, Phil and I had a really good discussion on where do we want Halo to go? Because if we really want Halo to be something that is for the next 10, 20 years, we have to do the work to actually build that foundation. If you want another game, we can do that. I don't think it's the right thing for the fans, and I think it is a truncated Halo game. And my concern was, which Phil agreed, is if we did something like that, I think it kind of, I don't think that Halo would do well after that. I don't think you can kind of put out what I would call a half-baked game on a franchise that's so important and do that unless we actually have the time, or we had another team to go forth and do that while we're kind of working on Infinite. So it was a really good discussion with Phil, and Phil definitely said, I want the innovation. Halo is about innovation, and I think with Halo 5, we didn't get that feedback, that maybe we had lost people looking for where we're going to innovate on and pushing it forward. They want what Halo is, and they want homage to Halo, but you also have to innovate and push it forward. In talking with Phil, and kind of weighing, do we want a Halo 5.5 or do we want to invest in the future? And Phil and I had a lengthy conversation on that, and I had his full support on invest in the future, but not just investing in the future, thinking about, as we invest in the future, how do we remain core to what is Halo? And then how do we innovate going forward? If you look at every Halo, I think with the exception of, I think almost every Halo innovates on some level, and I think that that's really important, especially being part of the platform.
Given the gap between 5 and Infinite, and whatever the gap ends up being, do you think there's anything extra riding on on Infinite compared to previous games, or is it just like it all rides on every game?
I think it all rides on every game, but I also think that the work that the team has gone through, even like the cultural, it's probably been the hardest transition we've made to get to this point. So I think this is a labor of love for the team, and I think a lot rides on every Halo game, but I think this is taking the learnings that we've learned with everything we've done with Master Chief Collection, with Halo 4, with Halo 5, and maybe, you know, coming to a point in our future when we're kind of thinking about, like, what's the platform for the future of Halo? Like, again, kind of looking at the stories over the next 10 years, and Halo Infinite's the start of that.
One more Infinite question. I promise I'll leave you alone, because I know you're not, you know, this is not a game that you're really talking much about yet. But you said something earlier when you were talking about investing in those tools, and now you've rebuilt a new engine for this. What creatively, like, what does Slipspace allow? Well, what will that allow your team to do that they couldn't do before? I'm sort of curious from a, you know, not from like a literal technical granular level. I know it's, you know, this isn't the time or place for that, but more from a, I guess, a design kind of bigger picture perspective.
Yeah, and on this one, I am, like, Chris Lee will talk about this at E3. So Chris Lee is the head of the Infinite team, and I kind of would save that for E3.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
I have to try. I have to try while you're here. Well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing what that video game is all about. So both Halo Wars games, the second one was under your umbrella. Halo Wars 2 came under the 343 umbrella, and that was Creative Assembly, of course. It was well received. It's a good game. What are we going to see any other non-first-person shooter Halos at some point? Was that do you see the Halo Wars games as kind of experiments or one-offs, or will Halo continue to branch out? And you know, not just on mobile, not to discount mobile, but you know, on Xbox, can we look forward to any other sort of alternative Halo experiences at some point down the way?
Yeah, and Halo Wars is the first one. Ensemble, that was Ensemble that did that, but it kind of fell under the 343 stuff as well during that time. And I think an Ensemble was an incredibly talented team, and that was great. When I look at where we are right now, and we've done a lot of investment on MCC and making sure that we have that in a good state, and we continue to listen to fans on that, and that we need to get Infinite right, you know. And so that's the focus. And so, like, when we talk to the team, it's like I said, we've got this canvas that we can tell so many different stories, and we can tell different game genres. And the answer is yes, not like if, but when. And now's not the right time. But yeah, like, I would love to tell different stories through different genres. And I think the team, you know, we have hackathons, and there's a ton of ideas from the team. And so I think that, you know, let's deliver Infinite, and then let's see what we do in the future.
Well, one of those projects, I'm just curious to ask you, you've commented on this publicly before, but the Halo Mega Bloks project, where did that come from? And what is the decision? I mean, obviously the decision is not to continue the project, but is that, could you just talk a little bit about that? Like, that's a kind of out of left field thing that I think your average Halo fan wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, so that, probably you're talking about Hagar, the codename Hagar one. So that was a project that I think happens a lot in games. The graphical look and the thought of doing a more whimsical Halo, you know, and Frank worked really hard to kind of make sure that we carved out a part in the universe where it would be okay for us to tell a little bit off-canon stories. But it appealed so much to the studio, like when we look at the builds. But it did not have creative direction and vision that was going, and we probably kept that project going a year more than we should, because we wanted it to be something like everyone could make their own game. When you would get it, it didn't have a lot of gameplay when we were playing at the beginning, but you could see what it could be. But we didn't have a designer that actually really was able to own it and drive it. So it stayed alive longer than it should have, but I think that it touched something in all of us, like, you know, that was just like a more whimsical, fun Halo that still was like had a Halo feel, but maybe took it in a little bit different direction. That was
Right.
that would appeal to both, kind of like the Lego games that appeal to both adults and kids. So it definitely still holds a place in the heart of many people in the studio.
Well, something else in the Halo universe we've been waiting a long, long time for is this Showtime television series.
Me too.
You're here. I have to ask you about it. I know last we heard it's shooting, I think, later this fall. How involved are you guys? Is I guess Kiki Wolfkill
Yes,
and your team?
Kiki and Frank are very involved.
And what's sort of like how much creative ownership are you guys taking over it versus letting kind of Showtime do TV things with it?
Yeah, TV things. I think that it's a little bit of combination of both. I think if anything we've learned, and I think we've always done a pretty good job of letting different artists interpret Halo. Like you can look at Halo Legends, which is the anime anthology, and we gave the creators like some guidelines.
Yeah.
And then Frank worked really closely with them, and there was some stuff that went crazy. Like
it was great. That was a great collection.
But the ones that got canceled, there's some that got held back. Like I think there was like some love or marriage in the sky in one of them that Frank was like, I think that's taking it a little bit too far. But all in all, like when we let other people take our franchise, we kind of want to see it on a different medium. We want to see it through a different creative lens. We're not TV people. We're not anime creators or live action creators. But there is an important thing on how do you kind of think about and manage the canon and how we're looking through that. And so I think it's a fine balance, because what works in a game doesn't necessarily work in TV. And how do you kind of do? I think Marvel does a good job of kind of creating everything works together and audiences are okay, but you've got some different pieces, and I think we're trying to learn that as well. We do have a lot of experience, but Showtime is a great partner, and Frank and Kiki are incredibly involved in all the scripts and feedback, and we will have, just like all of our other pieces, we will have people on site on our team to kind of make sure that you've got the canon going where the canon should go. But go ahead. No, it's just I think when you have a different medium, I think you have to do the right thing for the medium, and you have to be precious about some parts of the universe and canon, and I think you have to do what's right for TV there. So we're kind of walking through that right now, and hopefully, we've got great writers. Showtime's great, and
well, how about on the movie side? I mean, that the original Halo movie pitch thing is like the stuff of Hollywood legend now. Is that something that's on the back burner? Is it in the thinking for you guys at all?
No, when we looked at and again, so the Showtime, I think we announced it 5 years ago.
Oh, it's been a while.
When we were looking at where we were going to go, we were making a decision between movie or television, and I think both are important. I think that's something that both ultimately we want fans to experience. One of the things that was appealing to us about television was when you're looking at premium television, it enables you to actually do a lot more character development over time, and so I think that's incredibly interesting for us on being able to tell longer, deeper stories. I think the movie is also really interesting to us. You usually wouldn't have them at the same time, so we're focusing on the TV one as well. But I think that even within the studio, having a great Halo movie is, I think, something we all want as well.
A couple more, and I promise I will let you go. Just what do you hope that your legacy is in this industry whenever the day comes that you decide that you've had enough and you're done? Like, what did you think about? I mean, 25 years is, you got plenty of time left, but it's also, you've done a lot too. So I'm sort of curious how you think of what you hope your legacy is that you leave behind.
Gosh, that's an interesting question, and maybe I'll go back to a story when one of my first E3s, where we had full court press, PC game. We had a little basketball court, stadiums where like these huge monitors on each side where you could play. And when we were setting up, Steven Spielberg walked across my basketball court. And he was probably looking for the bathroom or whatever, but this light bulb went off in my head, which is also one of the reasons I would say I stayed in gaming, where I was asking myself, what is he seeing? Like, he's a movie guy, and he actually likes games, so he probably was there. He brings his kids all the time.
Yeah.
But in my mind, and the story I made up, was when you look at entertainment overall, will the technology that we have today actually start to merge forms of entertainment? And will you stop thinking about what is a game and what is just entertainment? And I'm not like saying we ever should be linear entertainment. Like, we own like being interactive entertainment, but like storytelling and where it's evolving. And what I would say when I hope my legacy and like my interest in Halo and in transmedia, I hope that technology and storytelling and being able to create experiences where users are actually in control of the entertainment and the experiences, and it is something that we actually get to. And I hope that when we look back, that you see the work that not just we're doing, but that I think many different studios are doing as we kind of look at the future on where entertainment all up is going. And I think that technology empowering storytelling in a way that we haven't been able to tell before, I think is something that I thought we'd be further along, but it's hugely inspiring to think about how we want to experience entertainment going forward. And I think that gaming as it is today, when you think about it from 20 years, I think it's going to be very different. And I'm not even sure we'll think of it as anything except for how we're experiencing entertainment.
Yeah, good stuff. Bonnie
And
Ross.
I'm not sure that's like what I would say my legacy or anything like that, but I would say that I am super passionate on like what technology does to change an art form.
Bonnie Ross, Hall of Famer. Get used to that sound, Hall of Famer. Bonnie Ross, the studio head at 343. Thank you so much for sitting down and doing this.
Thanks.
And congratulations on your honor. It is absolutely well-deserved. We can't wait to see Halo Infinite and what your studio and what you and your team come up with next. Bonnie Ross, studio head at 343. For more on the best, brightest, and most interesting minds in the games industry, be sure to tune in to IGN Unfiltered every month. You can find it on IGN, YouTube, or your favorite podcast service.
Thank you.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
I might not think of gaming as a place where a woman would be happy, especially you work on Halo, you run Halo. It seems like a serious guy's game.
I love science fiction, and Halo is an amazing, epic sci-fi world, you know, one in which you can tell hundreds of stories, and that's really exciting for me. And when we look at gaming and why I think it is important to have women on this side of the gaming side is, you know, it is about creating worlds that we all want to escape into. And I think it's about creating diverse characters and interesting storylines. And that's something that I'm really passionate about, and a lot of the women on the team are as well.
Tell me about that. How has the fact that you're now running the show there affected the game?
Yeah, you know, I think diversity does attract diversity. So I think we have a more diverse team than in the past, which I think the team actually really appreciates. And I also think that diverse teams do kind of create a more diverse output, or how diverse thinking and innovation on where you're going is. So I think that having more women on the team, we have a lot of really strong female characters. We have a lot of really strong male characters too, and a really diverse character set that, you know, I'd like to think that just the awareness of having a diverse team makes both males and females think differently.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Pressure building in lines 4,
pressure building in lines 4. 7. Protocol accepted. Breach detected.
Daddy's listening. Can you say hi? Hi. And how big are you? How big are you? Can you tell Daddy how big you are? Are you so big? So big. And can you sing? Good singing. How about I miss you? Miss you. And I love you. I love you. I love you, Daddy. I love you, Daddy. And I can't wait to see you. Can you say see you? See you. Good, and bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Signal detected. Signal detected. Tag designation friendly. Signal detected. Tag designation friendly. Signal detected. Tag designation friendly. Signal detected. Tag designation.
This is UNSC Pelican Echo 216. Can you hear me? This is UNS. Looks like the main power cells are fried. Armor shut down. Triggering survival mode. I'm going to try to overwrite. Okay. If you can hear me in there, I hope you're ready. Please don't die. Please. Don't die. Yes! 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 We're going home! Oh, welcome back, Chief. I rerouted what little power I had into your suit. Looks like there's a problem with the servos in your hands. Stay calm. You've been out there a while. I know I saw something in here to check your armor's diagnostics. Whoa, easy there, big guy. You're not...
Status report.
Status report? What? There's something you need to see, Chief. We lost. Lost everything. There's nothing left for us here. I don't think we're here is. No. Not then! Not again! We need to run!
No. We need to fight. Get ready.
chose you because you were special. I knew we would be perfect together. And I was right.
So many questions, but luckily Chris Lee from 343 is here to take us through the Halo Infinite trailer and provide a director's commentary of sorts. So Chris, how you doing first of all?
I'm doing
Big day
great.
yesterday.
So excited to be here at E3 and here on Inside Xbox today.
Pleasure to have you here. So we're going to talk through the trailer. Let's roll it up here. Tell us, what should we be looking for in the Halo Infinite trailer from yesterday?
Yeah, one thing that I think is really cool that I see people online that are kind of asking questions about is that was the briefing was the opening sequence for our campaign with Master Chief.
Right.
So that's in-engine, in our new Slip Space engine, the opening sequence for the game, kind of launching the story of Master Chief.
Okay, awesome. Now, one of the questions I had was it opened on this man here, this mysterious pilot. Can you tell us more about who this is?
Yeah, we're not talking a lot about the pilot at E3 this year, but he is a new character to the Halo universe, and we're really taking our time to introduce the pilot and bring him in for players in a really careful way where you get to learn about the pilot and emotionally connect with him throughout this piece. You'll be seeing the pilot more in Halo Infinite.
And tell us about that moment. It's like a really iconic moment where he wipes the screen and Master Chief's floating out there. Can you give us some more context about what's going on there?
Yeah, that moment when the pilot is kind of at his lowest of low.
Right.
He's watching the hologram, kind of saying goodbye to his family, probably thinking that he's breathing his last breaths. He hears this signal, and he runs to that window, and then trying to get him on comms, he can't understand why this UNSC friendly isn't responding, wipes the glass, and it's been amazing to see that reveal of Master Chief and how both that was an amazing moment at the show, and how our fans have kind of taken that and put their own creativity into it after the fact all over the internet.
All right. I want to go back to you saying that was in-game engine footage that we were seeing. So, what's the community been asking you, and how do you want to respond to some of that question?
Yeah, so we debuted the Slip Space trailer last year, and we built all of that content inside of the Slip Space engine. This year is really important to us to go back and build the opening sequence of the game, and it was really exciting to be able to share that with our fans, all inside the new engine, so they can get a feel for the game and how it will kind of unwrap and show Master Chief the start of his journey in Halo Infinite.
And can you tell us more about the Slip Space engine itself and how that's going to impact Halo Infinite?
Yeah, so the Slip Space engine is really this labor of love for 343. We've invested heavily. It's going to be the foundation of our next 10 years of Halo experiences, and it really brings together the most powerful tool set we've ever had to empower a creative team to iterate and create this great experience with the ambition of Halo Infinite, which we couldn't have achieved or realized in our old technology, and then combines that with the promise of all of these platforms. We're shipping on more platforms than we ever have before in the Xbox One family. We're going to PC at launch for the first time.
Right.
And then, of course, the power of Scarlet. We get to ship in holiday 2020 alongside Scarlet.
Excellent. Now, we're just seeing Master Chief's armor here. And I know the GIF I've seen time and time again is when his armor drops down. Talk to us about the design principles and the philosophy behind the way you're going with the armor and everything else you'll see in Infinite.
Yeah, the art direction for Halo Infinite that Nicolas Bouvier, our art director, has really kind of honed in. You can really see the core of that on Master Chief. Our art direction is embracing the full legacy of Halo, taking those iconic themes that players know and love, and then bringing them together and evolving them to create something new. So Master Chief is heavily inspired by Halo 3. It has elements of Halo 4 and Halo 5, and even Halo Legends from the extended fiction. We bring that together and create something that's really distinct and new and special for our fans.
And that's being applied to the sound design as well, right? I mean, one of the things I noticed was the shield recharge sound.
Yeah.
Was very reminiscent of Combat Evolved. Is that something you're going after?
Absolutely. Music and sound are so central to the identity of Halo.
Absolutely.
It's really hard to even talk about Halo without hearing the monks when you're talking about it. Marty O'Donnell and Michael Salvatore kind of set that tone and then had this iconic sound design like the shield recharge effect. And we really want to embrace that. And we have brought on board a new music supervisor, Joel Yarger, who is working with Curtis Schweitzer. We charged them with finding this accomplished composer that could take that legacy of Halo music and sound and bring his own creativity and vision. And that is what you got to experience in Discover Hope. We had Curtis compose all of the music for that opening sequence. And we're really excited to share more of their music vision in the future.
Great, I can't wait to hear it. One of the things I personally loved about the trailer was it felt very focused, it felt very emotional. You know, you mentioned the moment earlier where the pilot is watching this hologram of, I assume, his wife, and you can hear his child in the background. What was the thinking behind going that direction with the trailer?
Yeah, we wanted to really embrace this great storytelling legacy in Halo. And we definitely wanted to be about Master Chief. Master Chief is the center of any of our stories, but we wanted to introduce the pilot and really connect the player to them in a deep way. Our associate creative director, Paul Crocker, is also a writer, and Dan Chozich, our narrative experience director, really wrote and brought this whole opening sequence of the game to life. And one of the great storytelling elements that they've woven into it is kind of reconnecting with some of that feeling you got the first time you stepped on a Halo ring, where there's so much to discover and explore, and we're just really leaning back into that sense of mystery and wonder that Halo has always had. So.
We're getting close to wrapping up, I'm afraid, but I'm going to sneak in another question.
Okay, one more.
Tell us about the end of the trailer. It ends on a bit of a cliffhanger. Can you tell us about, I know you're probably not going to be able to tell us what's next, but tell us about the motivation of Master Chief at that point. You know, what happens next?
We're definitely going to leave some of that shrouded in that sense of mystery and wonder, leave players with some questions, but that was a really important part of the trailer where Master Chief is going into a very Forerunner environment to kind of reconnect.
All right, good to know. All right, and just very quickly, finally, what was it like being in the theater and hearing the fan reaction in the moment?
Oh, it was amazing in the theater. It's at 343, we always really are motivated to build great things for our fans, and we spend a lot of time working on these experiences and this content to bring it to life. It's just so meaningful to be there and hear people and hear the excitement in the room and get to see that firsthand. It's really an honor to be able to be a part of that.
Excellent. Chris, thank you so much. I've got more questions. I'm going to try and fit them in afterwards. Hey, we were talking earlier that there's a really, really amazing blog post on Halo Waypoint. So head over there, read that, and lots more information there.
Deep in the Pacific Northwest, past the Evergreens and the Snoqualmie, where the snow-tipped Cascades melt into the waters of the Puget Sound, a studio of hundreds of artists, designers, writers, directors, and storytellers contribute to the next chapter of Halo. It's a delicate balance of forging new roads while respecting a legacy.
Brace yourself.
This is Halo. We are 343 Industries.
Halo was the first game I ever played on Xbox, but the thing that will just always stick with me, and I believe this at my core, is that Xbox wouldn't exist today if it wasn't for the Halo franchise.
The game, but also the universe and the fiction, meant so much to me personally that I didn't want it to end after Halo 3.
In 2007, 343 Industries took the mantle and became the stewards of the franchise, with the mission to establish Halo as a cultural touchstone and to expand the universe through epic games, storytelling, and entertainment experiences.
I got an opportunity not just to steward this franchise, but to think about the canvas that we wanted to create, where we could tell stories for the next 2 decades in this epic sci-fi world that I love.
We have to be able to respect that legacy that we've come from to help make sure that Halo doesn't just become an amalgamation of what the market is currently doing, but that what makes Halo unique remains unique for our players, our community, and for the industry.
It is an absolutely incredible honor to be part of shepherding a franchise that has meant so much to so many and for so long. Also, what is it now and what is going to make it Halo for years to come?
We've really thought about how we can build Halo Infinite while bringing in the community and the players into our development process along the way.
To build Halo Infinite, 343 Industries revisited how our tools operate. We had to create an engine that was more powerful for next-generation development, but also more nimble, so that creatives and engineers are able to work more easily and iterate faster. This technical groundwork is vital to build a platform for the future of Halo.
You have to make tools that allow you to make new features that maybe weren't thought about. You've got to give the content creators room to ideate outside of that.
Designers are more empowered themselves to actually tackle a problem and prototype something quicker and faster than we've ever been able to before.
Get ready.
It's a really exciting space to work because the technology is always changing. You're always solving for different kinds of problems. And you get to explore, how do I make this more interesting? How can I use these tools? How can I make this more interactive? Or how can I make this more dynamic for this experience? So you're never going to do the same thing twice.
We're going home! We're going home!
As Halo evolves, so does our relationship with our community.
One of the things that we're going to try and do is have a much more open dialogue with the community, and flagging is going to be
today more than ever. Having a passionate, engaged community will make or break any game or any franchise, and it's critical for us that we light these fires and keep this core excited and engaged.
The best way to do it is you have like really strong creatives, and you pair that with really good feedback, and you get to a place where you're creating things that are unexpectedly awesome.
Halo Insider program is one of the programs we launched this year with great success, where we are trying to incorporate the feedback of our fans into the day-to-day development cycles which we're going through with MCC and specifically with Reach as well.
That community's passion has evolved beyond the game, creating beautiful works of art and incredible original props.
I think Halo's a really unique property because we're this sci-fi franchise that's been around for almost 18 years. I just think it's kind of a really cool place to be part of that history.
One of the things that drew me to Halo back in 2008 when I joined 343 was the idea of being able to build on not just a game, but also to build on a universe.
That universe has expanded far beyond games. It now includes novels, comics, clothing, an arcade game, action figures, features, a television series on Showtime, Halo Outpost Discovery, and the Halo Championship series of esports.
HCS is all about bringing epic entertainment to all of our fans. It's also about building the grassroots with our Microsoft Store events and how we bring all of our communities together to celebrate competitive Halo.
The common goal, to save humanity, to serve with a moral certainty, is an element that defines the Master Chief throughout his stories. Giving back to our community is one way that 343 tries to be a little bit more like our hero.
We've granted over 25 Make-A-Wish visits, and that's something that's so humbling for us.
Right here, I've got Anuj. Anuj, say hi to everybody.
Hi.
We want everyone who plays Halo to feel like a hero. And since the creation of 343 Industries, it's been our goal to include more diverse voices and more diverse heroes in the universe we build. Together, those unique voices will lead us to infinite and beyond.
We now have the tools to bring this world and universe to life in a way that we only dreamed of with Halo 4. And when I look at where we're going with Infinite, it does feel like we're just getting started.
Am I dead already? I must be. I mean, this is a punishment, right? Yep, this is death. No! No! No, 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 no! This isn't happening. I'm going to have to make an emergency landing. Hold on, Chief. to do. You don't get to tell me anything. Are you even listening?
I count 3 anti-aircraft cannons.
3 what?
You'll be safe here.
Oh, I'll be safe. Safe? I haven't been safe since I found you. I found you, remember? You were out there on your own, and you'd still be out there if it wasn't for me. I thought I was going home.
There won't be a home if we don't stop the Banished.
You keep saying that. We're outgunned, outnumbered. I know I saw condors over there. I'm going to dig through them and find one with a working sleep space drive. And when you're done with this war, we'll get away from here. Far away.
Wait here.
Oh, please. Let me see what I can find.
Cannons first. When I get back, we can look. Together.
Okay, big guy.
months ago, your people are broken, scattered, hunted, defeated by me. I wish I could tell you it was difficult, but it wasn't. We are one step ahead, always. The ring is already under our control. Soon, the auditorium as well. The Harbinger and the Banished share the same goal. We fight together to honor the will of Atriox. But without challenge, I grew weary, lost, alone. But here you now stand. This is my last fight. A true test of legends. Our story will outlive us both. Set a fire in your heart, Spartan. Bare your fangs. Fight hard. Die well.
The Mjolnir exosuit is now complete. Even though this technology will save humanity in the war to come, I must remind myself, liquid crystal cannot rise on its own. Titanium alloy cannot prevail in the face of extinction. Armor cannot hope. It all means nothing until you step inside.
Spartan, we thought you dead. Yet here you stand. Humans call you their savior. The Covenant, demons, the Banished, pray. Bare your fangs, Spartan. Fight hard. Die well.
What's up, everybody? I'm Cindy Goodman, and in today's Daily Fix, Xbox fires back on criticism of Halo Infinite's graphics, Infinite's public beta may not be happening, and a G4 tease seems to herald a resurrection of the gaming channel in some way or another. Roll the thing. You all love your graphics, and it shows. Xbox revealed some Halo Infinite gameplay yesterday, and many fans were critical of the demo's graphics. Xbox's response was surprisingly swift. In an interview with Inside Gaming, Xbox's GM of marketing, Aaron Greenberg, said, quote, "Listen, we're in the middle of a global pandemic. It's July. We're far from launch and holiday. You're seeing a work-in-progress game." He went on to say that the quality of the stream itself may also have played a part in fans' reaction to Infinite's graphics, pointing to the 1080p stream, while the VOD version can be viewed in 4K60 on the Halo YouTube channel, or even right here at IGN, or on IGN's YouTube channel. But fan criticism wasn't only about resolution. Many folks called out flat lighting and low-resolution textures in official screenshots. But Greenberg tried to assuage those concerns, saying, quote, "It is a work in progress. I can tell you because we see build check-ins every week and they make progress week after week. So between now and holiday, it's just going to get better and better." When asked about fans questioning what hardware was used to run the demo because the game is coming to Xbox One, PC, and Series X, 343 told PC Games N that the footage was, quote, "captured from a PC that is representative of the experience that players will have on Xbox Series X. Personally, I don't need every game to look like it's happening IRL. I'm currently playing Ghost of Tsushima, and that game looks incredible. I appreciate its graphics immensely, but I can also get down with Animal Crossing and many other games with art styles that aren't necessarily trying to mimic real life, so the Halo graphics didn't bother me in the slightest. But I'm someone who was playing with an RX 570 graphics card in my PC up until a few months ago when I finally upgraded to a 1070. But it is a demo, and as Greenberg said, a work in progress. If you thought getting your hands on Halo during a public beta might ease some of those concerns, don't count your chiefs before they've mastered. In 2018, 343 said it planned to have an early flighting program for Infinite that would be similar to the early test for Halo the Master Chief Collection. However, plans had to change. Halo Infinite studio head Chris Lee said, quote, "With Halo Infinite, we are also committed to building the game in partnership with our community. But given the unprecedented challenges of this year, we're not quite where we expected to be in terms of broader public flighting." Lee's statement also said, quote, "While not the full program we had envisioned, we have been working very closely with the community on nearly every facet of the project." Lee says that the team, quote, "is still working and assessing options for broader hands-on opportunities before launch," and that 343 Industries will be sharing updates about potential public flights when they can. Finally, Lee goes out of his way to make clear that, quote, "this process doesn't stop with launch. In fact, in many ways, feedback and community flighting will be even more important after launch as we partner together to continually evolve and update the game into the future." This is in line with 343's plans to have Halo Infinite serve as a storytelling platform for the future of the title, rather than another chapter in a growing series.
Special K Nourish celebrates women who are breaking boundaries and nourishing what's next.
Halo's hero, the Master Chief, is Xbox's not-so-secret weapon in the next-generation console showdown with PlayStation. The new game, Halo Infinite, has its action centered around the Master Chief, now battling a foe called Asherum, a bad-tempered space bad guy who leads the distinctly unfriendly-sounding Banished.
Fight hard!
I sat down with Bonnie Ross, the head of all things Halo at Microsoft, and Phil Spencer, head of Xbox, to talk about the Master Chief's first next-gen outing. So as far as Halo Infinite next-generation consoles are concerned, is it all about graphics that are so sharp you can see the sweat on the brow of an alien before you dispatch them and zero load times, or is there more to it than that?
You know, obviously, yeah, you've got 10 times the processing power, but for us, it's about the universe and it's about the suspension of disbelief.
We've talked before, not just in Halo, but in video games, how agency, about how player choice is one of those things that really connects you to the story. You now have, I think, more choice in the decisions that you make as Master Chief, which I do think in the long run is a mechanism for connecting you to the story that's there.
Halo Infinite is arguably the biggest and most important launch title for the new Xbox. To date, it's generated about £5.5 billion in sales, shifting 77 million copies across the franchise lifetime. Big numbers. The first Halo, Combat Evolved, released for the original Xbox back in 2001. Developed by Bungie, it combined cinematic storytelling with satisfying combat, and for the time, incredibly lush visuals. Successful sequels followed before developers Bungie departed Microsoft Game Studios. They went off to make their own sci-fi looter and shooter, Destiny. This left 343 Industries to produce Halo 4 and Halo 5, both commercially successful games that had a mixed response from fans.
I think with Halo 4, we told a beautiful story. I think that I'm really proud of what we did with campaign, but I think we fell down with multiplayer. I think we were trying to probably do some Me Too's with some other, trying to focus on what other games were doing versus thinking about Halo. With Halo 5, it's kind of like we reversed our learning. I think that the Halo 5 story, it's a fine story. I don't think it's a great Halo story with Master Chief at the focus. But then on multiplayer, I'm incredibly proud with what we did with multiplayer. So third time up at the bat, I hope that we learned and we're bringing them both together and making sure that we get it right this time.
It's a new game on a new console, so the Master Chief has some new kit to play with, including this, the Grapple Shot. And the Drop Shield, which provides the Chief with temporary cover. Plenty of old favourites, of course, return. Halo Infinite wasn't the only Series X game Microsoft showed off. Of the platform-exclusive titles on show, the standouts included a new Fable title, this time from developers Playground Games, who previously brought us Forza Horizon. Speaking of Forza, there's a new Forza Motorsport for Series X with visuals so sharp they should carry a health warning. On this evidence, Xbox seems to have got some of its mojo back. We'll find out if it's enough to face down the challenge of the PlayStation 5 when Xbox Series X launches later this year.
Okay, big guy.
Halo Infinite has been delayed to 2021. Microsoft has announced that Halo Infinite has been delayed from its originally planned holiday release of 2020 to an unspecified date in 2021, meaning it will not launch alongside the Xbox Series X as Xbox had previously planned. Xbox did not confirm a new release window other than next year for Halo Infinite, explaining that the delay comes as the result of multiple factors that have contributed to development challenges, including the ongoing COVID-related impacts affecting us all this year. Xbox Series X will still launch this year, with Microsoft confirming that the Xbox Series X will arrive in November 2020. Microsoft released a statement saying, quote, "We have made the difficult decision to shift our release to 2021 to ensure the team has adequate time to deliver a Halo game experience that meets our vision. The decision to shift our release is the result of multiple factors that have contributed to development challenges, including the ongoing COVID-related impacts affecting us all this year. I want to acknowledge the hard work from our team at 343 Industries, who have remained committed to making a great game and finding solutions to development challenges. However, it is not sustainable for the well-being of our team or the overall success of the game to ship it this holiday. The extra time will let us finish the critical work necessary to deliver the most ambitious Halo game ever at the quality we know our fans expect. Thank you for your support and understanding." Halo Infinite was arguably the marquee launch game for Xbox Series X, but Microsoft has clarified its launch plans for the next-gen console following the announcement. The console maker makes clear that there are more than 50 new games planned for this year across generations and optimized for Xbox Series X. 343 Industries recently confirmed that Halo Infinite's multiplayer will also be free to play and support 120 FPS on Xbox Series X. Xbox also showcased the upcoming Halo adventure as part of its recent Xbox Series X event, at which point we learned more about Infinite's story and villain, how Halo Infinite's open world will work, why Halo newcomers shouldn't be afraid to jump into Infinite, and how 343 is setting up Infinite to be a platform for the Halo franchise. Since its showcase, however, the demo encountered some controversy due to discussions around its graphical fidelity. Infinite's developers addressed the blowback about Halo Infinite's graphics, explaining some of the developers' artistic goals and influences while also acknowledging some of the concerns. Are you in favor of Halo Infinite's delay, even though that means it's not going to be a launch title with the Xbox Series X? Let me know in the comments, and for all gaming and entertainment news, stay here at IGN.
No. This can't be happening. No. Oh, please, God, no. No, please, God. Please, God, no. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. This can't be.
I'm afraid it is happening, Marty, all of it.
And we finally get an explanation of what armor coating is. And they mention how armor coating will be available on weapons. Armor coating will be available on vehicles. Okay, cool. And then we get to this section right here. And this is where not just myself, not just the entire Halo community, but tons of people lost their shit. Coloration along with materials and patterns will now be baked into the coating, taking the place of primary and secondary armor color options found in prior games. I had to do a double take. I had to read it twice. I had to read 3 times. I had to read 4 times because I couldn't fucking believe they were making this move. I couldn't fucking believe that they would decide to do something so fucking stupid.
Blue? You want to fucking charge me 1,200 credits for fucking blue? For fucking blue! Again! What are you doing, man? What are you fucking doing? This is so fucking lazy, man. What? You're fucking... this is a turning point for you guys. Seriously, what the fuck are you doing?
What is this shit? What do we get? What is this? Is that blue? Is that fucking blue? This is fucking blue. And you want to charge me $2? It's not even good DLC.
Are you fucking serious? A paint set, 1,800 atoms for fucking blue? You want me to spend $18 for fucking blue? What is this, Evolve? No! Bethesda, no!
Another one directed at Chris was asking if Infinite will launch with any of the core features missing like Halo 5. And his answer was interesting. So they want us to see Infinite as more of a platform, like I just said. It's the start of something new. It's continuing the saga that they started telling, and it's continuing Chief's story. It's going to be a complete story for Chief with a beginning, a middle, and an end. But they're going to use this foundation to grow the sort of game experience over time and tell more stories about Chief specifically over time and grow experiences. So, not going to lie, dodge the question a little bit.
Halo. It's finished.
It's finished.